त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया samudbhavah. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashitalakshishu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaka Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever. It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and devotees and participants to this first session of the Paramashivoham program, where today, as part of the first session, we'll be doing the Nithyananda Yoga. Now, let's get ready for this beautiful Nithyananda Yoga. Bring your Panchapatrams and Uddharani and place them in front of you, your water pot and spoon for the ritualistic cleansing. Apply Bhasma on your forehead, and if you have, apply it on the 16 places as you can see the Acharyas. Finally, I request all the male bodies to remove your upper cloths, and with this, let's enter into the yoga. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to the third eye and bring your palms together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath, visualizing Swamiji. Let us chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next, we'll be chanting the Shivamoola mantra Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. I'll be chanting it aloud so we can all chant together. Close your eyes and let's chant the Shivamoola mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, let's perform the ritualistic cleansing, the Tattvavchamanam. Now, please place your hands in Gokarna Mudra. Raise your palms, keep them facing up, and bend the index finger to the middle of the palm. Then pour a spoon of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Pour another uddharani of water in your hand and drink it at the end of the mantra. Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another uddharani of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. And then wipe the upper and lower lips twice. Then again wash the palms with a spoon of water. Next, with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water again. Now with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, left nostril, and then with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now let us enter into the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Now place your right palm on your left palm and both the hands on the right thigh. Closing your eyes. Hold a particular desire that you want to manifest by performing this yoga and intensely visualize it becoming reality, not just holding it in your inner space. And now let's chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamo Partha Samasta Dhuridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtaya Asyam Shubhaditau Purana Arogya Yukta Dhrigatri Yogi Sharira Siddhyatam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarnatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye Om Apaupasprisya. Now, wash your hands with a spoon of water and keep your Panchapatram and Uddharani out of the palm's way so that it's not a disturbance. And now let us enter into a quick recap of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama's 12 components, with the first component being the asana. Now, the asanas are the various body postures that we'll be performing, and I request all the participants who have any body ailments, heart diseases, or major injuries like fractures, or if you are pregnant, to not perform any of the asanas that are difficult or where you have to strain the inverted asanas, and make sure you consult your doctor before you perform these asanas. Now, let us move on to the next component, the pranayama. The pranayama are the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing. These breathing techniques help us to pull maximum prana inside our system and push the kundalini from the root center to the ground center. The next is the mudras. The mudras are the various hand gestures and body gestures. Performing these gestures activate a certain circuit of energy channels, which in turn help awakening the energy centers. The next component is the bandhas. The bandhas are the various locks that we'll be performing. Now, there are 4 locks that are there, the 4 bandhas. First of which is the Mula Bandha, contracting the perineal floor. Perform this bandha throughout the sequence. Next is the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, which will be shown in the left hand corner of the screen. That bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha, will be shown in a yellow circle. The next bandha is Jalandhara Bandha, locking the chin to the chest, which will be shown in a blue circle. And finally, all the bandhas together, Mahamudra Bandha, shown in a purple circle. With this, let's move to the next component, the visualization. The visualizations are the very important part of this sequence, as what we visualize during this, the context that we hold during this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, goes directly to our biomemory. So holding the right visualizations is very important. As much as possible, visualize the various gods, sages, and other spiritual objects and symbols that have been announced by the Acharya. Next component is the Karana, the various dance positions and postures that we'll be performing. These dance postures are not an ordinary dance, but they are the postures that Paramashiva performed while creating this cosmos. Visualizing Paramashiva dance during these karnas and performing them allow you to embody Paramashiva himself during these karnas. The next component is the japa, the chanting, the internal chanting of the various Mahavakyas. Hold these Mahavakyas as they are around the japa mantras, which are announced for the particular set of asanas in your throat center, visualizing them going around and around in your throat center. Next is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas, which keep us to remember, which make us remember that these are not ordinary asanas, but they are given to us by Paramashiva himself, thousands and thousands of years, passed on by generations of gurus to disciples, keeping the whole consciousness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma society in a higher level. The next component is weightlifting. The weightlifting is a beautiful component that can be added to this Tritiya Vinyasa Krama to intensify and make the whole sequence more challenging. If you feel you can perform an asana already well, add some weights and intensify it, pushing your body to the next level. Next component is the mandala, the sacred geometry, the cosmic geometrical figures. These are not any ordinary geometrical figures or triangles overlapping each other, but they are a specific circuit that when we gaze, it connects with us through the process of quantum entanglement and manifests the powers of Paramashiva, awakening our third eye. The next component is the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the sacred alchemy products that we'll be using, like the Bhasma, the sacred ash, Kumkum, the vermilion paste, and turmeric. Applying these intensifies the energy flow throughout our body, raising our consciousness. The next component and the last one is the Abharana. The Abharana is the sacred jewelry we'll be wearing. For this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, make sure you wear the Rudraksha, the Kanta Rudraksha on your neck, as the Rudraksha is the bead, energy bead given to us by Paramashiva himself. It acts like a battery, keeping our consciousness in the highest level throughout the day. With this, let's enter into the sequence of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama.
Please be seated in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the index and thumbs together and place on top of the respective knees, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as we perform the Sukhasana. Tatsukhasana ashaktastat samacharet asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. Next is Parvatasana. Bringing your legs into Padmasana. Bring your palms together and raise them above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas. Perform Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. अथवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Next, bringing the soles of your feet together in the front, hold the left hand by the right hand behind your back and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply, visualizing heat, flames rising up along your spine from the navel center, and then hold the breath. Slowly exhale. Purava vidhiyahu me jano ubhai pagatali samputatano. Stretch your hands out in the front of the feet and cup the palms, making a halo. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a snake as you perform the japa of Soham. पूरव विधि परि आगाने नीचौ वीकहू निफनास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे. Next is Kokilasana. Holding the big toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra, stretch the legs straight out and upwards. Then cross your legs into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto the elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Next, placing one ankle on top of the opposite knee, hold your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas and rotate the arms in a circle. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा बामा पाद की आशमा हिली सोज दछ चरण को बार लौता परिगुल्फ समोज. Next, coming into a plank position, lift your hips up and high. Lower the head, then chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as an elephant. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिका मानीय. Next, from the same position of Gajasana, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat the same again and again as you continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a bear. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् त्रिक्षासनं भवति. Now, standing tall on the tips of your big toes with all the other toes raised off the ground, keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your middle, index and ring fingers to the heart center in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue to engage the Uddiyana Bandha along with the performing of Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे दधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Next is the Urdhva Janu Karna, the first karna of this Prathama Vinyasa Krama. coming into an Aramandi position, that is, keeping the knees bent and both the hands at the chest, keeping the elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and then raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, follow the movement with the respective hand. Repeat on the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the Balalingasana. Now, interlace your fingers from outside in Sarvavashankari Mudra, pulling your knee up to your chest, keeping the spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, visualizing yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, taking one foot, pull it behind towards your buttocks, holding it with both your hands. And engage all the three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand, keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra, that is, touching the tips of your index finger and thumb together. Pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Now we'll be repeating the Balalingasana on the other side. Bringing your hands into the Sarvavashankari Mudra, interlay, hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your spine straight and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself caressing a baby. Ekam janu urasi alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Taking one foot behind, pull it back towards your buttocks. Hold it with both the hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing the heat and flames raising up your spine. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, hold it with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot. Kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward, with extending the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb joined together in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we'll be performing the Ardharechita Karna. Coming back into the Araivandi position, that is, keeping your heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Bring the right foot behind the left and with the toes down and heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and move your right hand in a pendulum motion, bringing your hand to your nose every time. Repeat the same on the other side. Next, we'll be entering into the skeleton dance. Visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake the body intensely. This practice infuses integrity into your bone marrows. Next, we'll be entering into the Katichinna Karna. Keeping your legs again in the Araimandi position. Bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips from one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat on the other side. Coming into the next posture, which is the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes and raise your hands above the head beside the ears. Visualize yourself as the palm tree as you engage all the three bandhas and perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryad Antarvatni Patipriya. From the standing position, inhale as you lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat on the ground and engage all the three bandhas, bringing the forehead towards your knees. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, visualizing flames raising up along the spine from the navel center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudra kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryad antarvatni patipriyam. Now, coming down into a plank position, tuck your chin to the chest as in Jalandhar Bandha and rotate the head from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now lower your entire body down to the stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up, using the strength of the lower back. Lift no higher than the belly button of the mat. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat. Visualizing yourself as a cobra, engage the Mula Bandha in Bhujangasana. Angushthanaabhiparyantam adho bhumo vininyaset karabhyam cha dharam dhritva urdhvashirsha phanivahi. Next, we'll be entering into the Shashasana. Coming back into a tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth. As you visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply through the nose, hold your breath comfortably and release through the nose again. Gajasana vastitva mastakam Gajasana samstito janudvayamakuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Next, we'll be entering into the Rathasana. From the tall plank position, place one foot in between both the hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other foot in between both the hands. Alternate again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a chariot. Gajasana samstito ekaikam padam purvamargena bhramayitva kartavyam rathasanam bhavati. Now, we'll be entering into the Virabhadrasana. Keeping your one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knees bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back at a 45-degree angle with the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at the tip of into your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham. Vasishtamata kaundinyam urdhvakukkutameva cha ashtavakramathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Repeat the Virabhadrasana on the other side, bringing the other leg forward at a 90-degree angle with the toes pointing forward, the other leg facing outwards, bringing your behind leg into a 45-degree angle. Engage the Mula Bandha. Raise your arms up and parallel. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Vasishtamatha kaundinyam urdhvakukkutameva cha ashtavakramathotthanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, standing tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above the head in the Anjali Mudra, keeping your elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up, performing the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Stand tall and place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in your inner space, engage the Mula Bandha and continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. That is, inhale deeply through the nose, hold the breath comfortably and release through the nose. Garudasana vakshe jena dhyanam stiram bhaved sarvadoshad vinirmukto bhavatiha mahabali. Now we'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now stand tall and bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up above the head in the Anjali Mudra. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space as you continue to engage the Udyana Bandha. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana, bringing your leg to the opposite hip. Bring your palms together in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you continue to perform the japa of Shivoham in your inner space. गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now, bringing your foot down, stepping back, keeping your front toes pointing forwards and back toes facing sideways. Keep your arm straight and bring your front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Engage the Mula Bandha and continue to perform the japa of Shivoham in Trikonasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Next, we'll be performing Trikonasana on the opposite side. Flipping your legs over, bring your hand down and the other hand facing towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space. Uttanapadam krauncham cha maricim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karana. Now again, having your legs in the Arevandi position, bring both your palms parallel in front of your chest and then lift your right heel and stamp it onto the ground as simultaneously you lift the left heel. Simultaneously move your hands in a circular motion in front of your chest. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Now, lowering onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heel, keep the knees and palms together. In the Namaskara Mudra, engage the Mula Bandha as you perform the japa of Mahasada Shivoham in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhramari Kumbhaka. Kabandhasanamityāhuः गोरक्षासनमेव च अंगुष्टमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. From the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight and out, heel down and toes up. Keeping the fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize your Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to engage the Mula Bandha. Prasaryekam padatalam samsthapya tvekapadakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Vidhunanasana. From sitting on the toes, extend one leg out and straight with the heel down and toes up. Bring your hands into the Prana Mudra, that is, holding onto the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Bhramari Kumbhaka as you inhale and exhale with a buzzing sound like a bee. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadakaram samsprishya tatkarena. Now, we'll be performing the Saurasana on the opposite side. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heels down and toes up. Bringing your hands into the Varamudra towards your side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapya tveka padakam. From the Saurasana position, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toe with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Keep the opposite hand on the back heel, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samsprishyat tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Bringing your foot back, keep your toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs and back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down, bringing it into the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze through the gap between the palms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदा निवैसे कोरबक तलियां की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली. Next, we'll be entering into the Kapilasana. Dropping your knees down with the toes tucked behind. Sitting, placing the perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. And pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Ubhai pagatali samataharave tinko mahili kor milave. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakasana. Continue to maintain the same position. Just shift your gaze into your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. दोवू पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now, sitting with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bring your knees off the ground, balancing on your toes. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra, raise them up into the sky. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने. Again, dropping down your knees, sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep the hands on the top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality, Amritatva, dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Gaze into your third eye as you visualize yourself as a frog. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेत् मण्डुकासनम्. Next is the Uttana Mandukasana. Continue to maintain the Mandukasana posture. Bring your hands on the back, holding the head with the elbows, and lift the tongue again up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etadbhe kabaduttanam etaduttanam mandukam. Next is the Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide and fingers spread on the top. Open your mouth wide. Stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion in your inner space. Dakshinam savyagulphena dakshinena tateteram hastaushchajanva samsthapya sangulishcha prasadya cha. Now, coming into the Bhadrasana, sit with your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold the big toes with the Prana Mudra, that is with your index and middle fingers. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze at the tip of your nose as you perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling, creating the sound of buzzing like a bee. गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next, we'll be entering into the Kakapasandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind in the Parashumudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in your inner space as you engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize continuing to perform the japa of Sadashivoham in your inner space. प्रथमे वेसकौकटठाने दोवुहातपगमवी च आने. Now we'll be entering into the Kani Pavasana. Place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees and the back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down, gazing ahead, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka. Asana ko guna ashidishta hoi to achi hoi. Now, placing the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, bring the top of the head onto the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bringing the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder, and straighten the legs up. Gaze at the tip of your nose. In Kapalyasana, visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Sisha Sisha Dharti Teki Pakadovu Miliva Ucha Kukare. Next, we'll be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on your toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Engaging Mula Bandha, perform Rechaka Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Majuram Dandanamakam. Now we'll be repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the other side. Squat on your toes with the legs together. Twist the body. Place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knees and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending legs to the side. Gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Majuram Dandanamakam. Now, coming back into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze at the tip of gaze into your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, that is, inhale deeply, hold the breath, then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation out of the nose. Asana ko gunapiti jagim. Repeat the Bhairaganathasana. On the other side, bringing your right leg back and bringing your left foot outside the shoulder in between both your hands. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana ko gunapiti jagim. Next, we'll be entering into the Unmukha Pitasana, coming back into a plank position. Come down onto your forearms and then lift the chest and head up and gaze towards the third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, continue to perform the japa of Sadashivoham. Bhunyastau januni hastau chadushpadama vangmukham uttha pitangri yugala katistalam abhiruka. Next, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. From Tarakshasana, that is the plank position, rotate your body onto your right hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder. Raise your hips and gaze towards the sky. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Mariche Hala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Next, from the Tarakshasana, rotate the body onto the other hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder, raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. Visualize yourself as sage Vasishta. Urdha Kukkuta Vasishta Mariche Hala Matsyakam Parivrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Anjaneyasana. Sit with your legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze at the tip of your nose. दोवो करकी उभे हथेली कोरवारेली मैले भेली. Next, bend from the waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, and engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते. Now, with the legs straight and apart, clasp the hands behind the head in the Parashmudra and bend down, bringing your head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas in your inner space as you visualize Kali in your inner space. Sopanibhyam dridham dhritva jano parishironyaset. Now, we'll be entering into the Marichi Asana. Sit with the legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knees as you perform the Marichi Asana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now, we'll be entering into the Mahamudrasana. Drop your knee onto the side on the ground. Reach and hold the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down, engaging all the three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next is the Marichi Asana. Sit with your legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and the knees raised. Bring arms in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee as you visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Dropping your left knee onto the ground. Bend down, holding the front foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. That is, inhale deeply and hold the breath, and then focus on a slow, controlled exhalation out of the nose. Gulphau tu prashanasyadah sivantyah parshvayoho kshipet. Next, we'll be entering into the Gwali Pavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep the toes together and heels apart, knees open. Place the hands on respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the tip of your nose. Purava charpat chok kakshyo soji, bahi vidhi jo kije soji. Next, we'll be entering into the Joni Asana. Keeping the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum, hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down. Bring the forehead to the feet and gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Dovo Pagdali Sampadkare Edi Medke Dhingdare. Next is the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and knees wide. Lean forward and down and extend hands out and wide, palms down on the ground. Bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Vidhi Paripakathali Sampurta Shola Edi Mili Rashe. Next is the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep the toes together and heels apart. Bring the arms below the shins. Extend out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet. Bringing toes near to the throat. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोवो भगदली संपुट करे सोले मेड आगा मेधरे. Now we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees and gaze at the tip of your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana. दोवो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next is the Charpata Chokasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together, heels of the perineum, knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha and gaze to the third eye. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दोवो पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जा रे पसारे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together, knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees on the ground and pull the stomach in and up and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Gulbho Sampidya Janyonyam Vyutkramenothitam Shanaihi Janbo Parshvakatau Hastau Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Now, next we'll be entering into the Samasana. Sit with the heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham in your inner space. Samanasana Vakshe Siddha Mantradi Sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering into the Apanasana. Sit and place one leg on the top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight, keeping the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Kevalam padamekam cha skandhe charope yattatah. Bringing your legs down. Sit with one heel at the perineum and lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the other chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra as we perform the Samasana on the other side. Gaze into your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next, we'll be entering into Apanasana. Sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो. Next is the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other. Align the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Continue to engage the Mulabandha as you perform the japa of Om Nithyandoham. Visualize the face of a cow. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up. Gaze to the nose. Visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya, perform the Sitkari Pranayama. Place the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाबों तागे ऊपर आने. From the Anusuyasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Touch the nose to the ground and gaze at the tip of your nose. As you visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीवना गोदा की संधि उपरीडा वा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सिवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे. Davo. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot flat on the ground and knee to the chest. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space as you continue to perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, which is placing the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath and then exhale slowly. Davo Pagamodi Edi Mahila Gulpamula Dwarni Chaide. Next, we'll be entering into the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of one heel, with top of the foot flat on the ground. Interlace the fingers behind the neck. Twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualizing yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरी ताही लगावे फेरी. Now next, entering into the Matsyapitakasana, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the other hand straight and hold onto the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Next, entering into the Gomukhasana on the other side, sit and cross one leg over another, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, and place both the hands on the top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow. सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा. Next, we'll be entering into the Anasuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ों नीचे उठाने, बाबों ताके ऊपर आने. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana 2 on the other side. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back in Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. As you engage the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. जीमना गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वा गोड़ा की संधि. Next, again entering into the Garudasana 2 on the opposite side. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other, keeping the spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Next, we will be entering into the Naradasana. Now, sit and place the perineum on top of the heels with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place opposite foot on ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada. पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Placing one foot on top of the opposite thigh, wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and the middle finger gaze at the tip of your nose. Vamena vamangushtanto grihita matsya pitakam. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana. Now, placing one foot on the top of the opposite thigh, place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space. Visualize yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel as you perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka, placing the tongue on the root of the mouth and inhale deeply, making a hissing sound. Then hold the breath and slowly exhale. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Next, entering into the Matsyendrasana 2, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Matsyendravadam Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, entering into the Matsyendrasana on the other side, place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, entering into the Kubhasana. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Next, we'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana 2. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot. Keep the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. Matsyendrapidam Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Now, we will be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम. Gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva. Asanam dvividham proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha. Maintaining the same position of Padmasana, cross your arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati. In Padmasana 2. Uttanau charanau kritva uru samstau prayatnataha. Next, place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam samsthapya nanvororantare karo. Next, we'll be entering into the Baddhakeki Asana. Now, from Padmasana, rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel center and then lean forward, finding balance, and extend the knees up and off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dharamavashtabhyakaradvayena tatkurpari sthapitanaabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance and extend the legs up and off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Athavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasanam Uttamam. Next, laying down on the stomach with the feet pointed outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers in Parashamudra behind your neck. Visualize yourself as a crocodile as you engage the Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in your inner space. Adhyasashete hridayam nidhaya bhumo cha padau cha prasadyamano. Next, entering into the Shalabhasana. Place your hands on the ground beside the chest and raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust as you continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is, inhaling, holding your breath, and exhaling slowly and comfortably. Adhyasashete karayugma vaksho bhumi mavashtabhya karayo stalabhyam. Next, we'll be entering into the Ushtrasana. Bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel as we perform the Ushtrasana. Adhyasashete padayugmam vyastam prishte nidhaya pidhritam karabhyam. Next, we'll be entering into the Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet. Kick the legs back and up and simultaneously lift the chest off the ground and raise the head gazing towards the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow. Prasarya pado bhuidanda rupa ukaro cha prishte dhritapada yugmam. Now, coming back into a seated position, sit with your heels. Sit between your heels with the feet flat on the ground. With your head, neck and spine in a straight line, place the palms on top of your thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze into your third eye. Ulta modi pavdo vaise bahuro jugti kare ek aise. Now, we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Guhyasana and the Shirasasana. From the knees, place the forearms on the ground and fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head on the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you continue to perform the Guhyasana. दो वो हाथ की कहूनी जो जी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी. Now extend your legs up straight, bringing yourself into the Shirsasana. Continue to gaze at the tip of your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. Relax. You can come down. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch the legs up and straight, bringing the forehead to the knees, and come into a vertical position with your legs in Podhyasana as you perform the Bhastrika Pranayama. That is rapid inhalation and exhalation of the breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने. Now we'll be entering into the Parighasana. Sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright, legs straight and toes pointed, and gaze to the third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace. Perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य. Next, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down. Sit and extend legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down on the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight, toes pointed. उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Rudrasana. Sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagatali samputakari hatasyopaga uchaji. Now lay down back with the feet flat on the ground. Bring the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up and high, pressuring the feet onto the ground. Tuck your chin into your chest, entering into the Jalandhara Bandha, and gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. ऊर्ध्वे च जानूनि कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा. Now laying down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Visualize the body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Now, slowly, very slowly, bring awareness to your body again. As you come back to your body, now bring awareness from the toes, the ankles, the thighs, the abdomen, the stomach, the hands, the head, and now bend your knees and bring them to your chest. Wrap your legs and rock from side to side, massaging your body. And now slowly roll up to a comfortable seated position. You beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first 108 asanas. And now I request all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants to get ready for your next sessions. I thank you all for joining us for this beautiful Pratama Vinyasa Krama yoga session. Now your next sessions will be starting. So with this, the next acharyas will be taking over. Thank you, Nithyananda. And for the rest of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, for the rest of the participants, let's continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The level 2 and 3 participants will be continuing with the first asana, Yathashanishtasana. Now be seated in a comfortable position with your hands in Bindu Mudra on your knees. Visualizing Swamiji in your third eye, start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the Samana Kumbhaka, and hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the following asanas.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथास्थितिः.
Now we move to Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position, placing your feet under each other. Continue to keep your hands in Bindu Mudra and hold the visualization of Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now, in the seated position, place your right leg over your left leg and keep your hands on the respective knees with the palms facing the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now we move to the next asana, Siddhasana. Now continue to be seated in this seated position and keep your palms on the knees. Just switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now gaze at the floor in front of you in the same seated position. Visualizing Swamiji perform the Mahamudra Bandha in Siddhi Asana.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
Next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now continue to be seated in this position. Place the palms in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye and visualize Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिणराखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Now we move to Santadhunasana. Now be seated in the same position with the hands and leg in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye, to the nose, and visualize the space of tranquility and unshakable.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Next asana is Bandhayoni asana. Now be seated in the same position, and now let us perform the Shambhavi Mahamudra. Close your ears with the thumbs. Close your eyes with the index and middle fingers. Close your nose with the ring fingers and the mouth with the little finger.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Now we move to the next asana, Virasana. Now be seated with one leg by the perineum and the other on top, and keep your hands on Bindu Mudra. Then visualize the space and state of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Now we move to the next asana, Valmikasana. Now continue to be seated in the same position as you switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki.
दावा पगगी पगतली पुनि एड़ी है जोय.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now place your palms on the knees. Keep your legs in the same position. Gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti.
पामपादकी पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next asana is Yoni Asana. Now continue to be in the same position, keeping the hands also on top of the knees. Switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the feet with the respective hands, interlacing them under the feet. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra and gaze to the nose. Pull the stomach in and up in Udyana Bandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Hagorasana. Now place the left hand on the left knee and with the right hand start performing the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Inhale through the left nostril, hold the breath. Inhale through the right nostril, hold the breath, and then exhale through the mouth. Visualize an Aghori and gaze to the nose as you roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Kechari Mudra.
पूर्वकहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी.
The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now place the elbows on the ankles of the feet and visualize an elephant drinking water. Rest the chin on the palms and perform Udyana Bandha.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next asana is Parasana. Now rise up and insert the hand between the gaps of the knees, thighs and calves. Then interlace them in front of the feet and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to the nose. Start performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty and then inhaling again. Perform this for the next few asanas.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next is Gopi Chandasana. Now place your feet on the mat and hold the feet from the sides, interlacing the fingers under the feet. Pull the legs to the chest and visualize a king gazing at the nose.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
The next is Udarasana. Now once again place the feet on the ground and then place the hands underneath the ankles, and then interlacing the feet, pull them and lift them up towards the chest, and visualize your body being healed by Swamiji gazing at the nose.
ದ್ವೌ ಪಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಪುಟಟಾನೆ ಉಭಯ ಹಸ್ತಕರಿ ಉರದ ಹಿತಾನೆ.
The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now, once again, keep the legs on the mat, and now again interlacing the feet, pull them this time towards the forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
ದ್ವೌ ಪಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡಿ ಸಂಪುಟಕರೆ.
Now we move to Bhujasana. Now place the feet on the mat and then place the knees on the respective shoulder. Now with the hands, wrap the feet from the inside and then interlace them behind the neck. Visualize a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now we move to Kalyanasana, keeping the legs in the same position. Just interlace the fingers, this time behind the lower back. Continue to balance and visualize a beautiful goddess.
द्वौ हातपगमीत आने तिनको गोडानी चेठाने.
Next is Sankatasana. Now come to a seated position where you sit on the left heel, and with the right leg cross the left leg and keep the right leg by the left hip. Then place the hands on opposite knees and visualize an elegant swan. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka as you inhale and exhale, making an ocean-like sound.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्निधरनीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel from under the hip to the right side and place the hands on the top knee, this time visualizing a cow and performing the Udyana Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नी.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the left leg on the right thigh and the right leg on the left knee. Then twist to the right side and place the right hand on the left thigh, and from the back place the left hand on the right thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखेसोजी.
Now untwist your body, hold the feet and place the forehead on the ground. Visualizing Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखेसोजी.
Next is Guru Asana. Now rise up and interlace the fingers and place them on the right knee. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊरुमूले इदरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Sankatasana, once again on the opposite side. Now this time sit on the right heel and place the left leg on top of the right, placing the sole by the right hip. Then place the hands on opposite knees and visualize a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसधरनीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Next is Dhenukasana. Now slide the right heel to the left hip and place the hands on the top knee, visualizing a cow, performing the Udyana Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नी.
Next is Machandrasana. Now place the right leg on the left knee and the left leg on the right thigh. Then twist to the left side and place the left hand on the right thigh and the right hand from behind on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टीदिश आने.
Next is Machandrasana 2. Now hold the feet and slowly place the forehead on the mat in front of you, visualizing Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखेसोजी.
Next is Guru Asana. Rise up and interlace the fingers and place them on the right thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य
The next asana is Pashasana. Now bring the knees together with the soles of the feet on the mat. Wrap them knees and hold on to opposite knees. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye. Start performing the Kechari Mudra for the following asanas as you roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृत्ति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next is Bhidokasana, Bodhashokasana. Now hold the opposite wrists and continue to be in the same position. Then place the chin in between of the knees and visualize Swamiji as you gaze to the nose.
द्वौपगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
The next asana is Kurakatasana. Now place the hands underneath the thighs and calves and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Next is Sumati Asana. Now, in the same position, cross the right leg over the left leg. Visualize the great Maharishi Sumati and gaze to the nose.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदश पद आने.
Next asana is Dhandasana. Now sit with your legs stretched. Interlace your fingers and raise them above the head. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now slowly lean down, placing your forehead on the knees. Hold the big toes with your index and middle finger. Visualizing Swamiji perform Mahamudra Bandha and gaze to the nose.
दो पग मिली वा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Now from Arambhasana, rise up and bring the knees apart and the heels apart. Then place your hands underneath the shins and wrapping the calves, hold the respective soles of the feet and then place the forehead on the ground. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को कुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and as you lower your body, place your hands underneath the thighs and calves. Keep the palms facing up and the forehead on the heels. Visualize Swamiji.
दो एड़ी मैली के दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now rise up and place one leg behind your neck and lean down as you would in Paschimottanasana, holding the leg with both your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing the prana travel from the toes to the head and then exhaling.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now, with the legs still behind your head, lie down on your back and keeping your legs stretched. Hold the leg behind your head with the opposite hand and visualize your Mahavishnu, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the hand holding the leg and keep the other hand by the side of your body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drishasana. Now lie down on the back and bring the knees to the chest and wrap the legs with your hands and rock from side to side, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ जङ्घासहित ऊरोनि करध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the opposite side. Now rise up once again. Place one leg behind your neck and lean down and forward, placing the forehead on the stretched leg. Hold the stretched leg with both the hands and visualize Swamiji.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now holding the leg behind your neck with the opposite hand, lie down on the back and keep the other leg straight. Visualize you are Mahavishnu, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the elbow, holding the feet behind the neck and visualize yourself having completion, control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lie down on the back. Place one leg at a time behind the neck. Then keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now lie down with your legs behind their respective shoulder and interlace your hands from around the feet and then behind the head. Visualize Lord Vishnu and gaze to the nose.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसूधोसोवे.
The next is Kochikasana. Now lying down on your back, bring the knees to the chest and then stretch the hands to the side of the body. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye.
दो हाथ सीधा था करे दिन सो उबे सपा करे.
The next asana is the sequence of Chatarap Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. Now lying down on your back, bring the knees to your chest and then place your right knee to the right side bent and stretch the left leg. Then bend the left leg to the right side on top of the right knee and then stretch the both legs to the right side and hold it with the right hand. Turn to the left side. Visualize Swamiji. Now let's perform the 3 steps of Jara Parivritti on the opposite side. As you once again bring the legs to the chest. Now place the left leg bent on the left side and stretch the right leg. Then bending the right leg, place it on the left leg and then stretch the legs to the left side and hold them with the left hand turning to the right. Visualize Swamiji.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipada Pitam. Now lying on the back, place your hands in a way it touches the back of the heels. Then visualizing a sturdy bridge, raise your hips up and gaze to the nose.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next is Paryankasana. Now lying on the back, place your hands by the head with the fingers facing the body. Then bending the hip as much as you can. Raise the hips up and balance, visualizing a sturdy stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next is Swatanasana. Now lie down on the back and bring the knees to the chest. Place your hands on the shoulders and rotate your hips, visualizing yourself as a playful dog start performing the Saja Kumbhaka for the following asanas.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now place your hands on the hips and kick your legs up, making them vertical, sending them up. Then start rotating the feet, placing your hands on the mat. Visualize Swamiji, tuck your chin to the chest, and inhale and exhale through the Jalandhara Bandha in Murcha Kumbhaka.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनजे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
The next asana is Viparita Karani 2. Now stop rotating your legs and continue to maintain the same position in Viparita Karani 2.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
The next asana is Langalasana. Now slowly place the legs behind the head and then continue to keep the hands behind the back, interlace them and visualize a plow.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
The next asana is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now slowly bring the hands and hold the feet. As you hold the feet, keep them together and visualize Lord Paramashiva.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Suptakonasana. Now slowly separate the feet to the sides and visualize Swamiji in your name.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next is Chakrasana. Now again bring the feet together and balance here on the back, visualizing a chakra and gaze to the nose, tucking the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now bring the feet together in a vertical position and hold them with the respective hand. Then slowly open the feet to the sides and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next is Supta Padangushtasana. Bring the feet again to the previous position and balance here, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next is Matsyasana. Now cross the legs into Padmasana and visualize the Matsya, the fish form of Lord Vishnu, gazing to the nose.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Now we move to Parshuramasana. Now place your right hand on the left hand and visualize Lord Rama.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next is Sarvangasana. Now place your hands on the hips and lift the hips up. Then raise them vertical and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the nose.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana 1. Now lie down on your back, place the left leg on the right thigh and bend the right hip forward. Then bend your hands behind your head and then in lifting your body up, visualize a scorpion and gaze to the third eye.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now continue to be in the same position and just switch the legs and continue to visualize the scorpion gazing at the third eye.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. Now interlace your fingers behind your neck, stretch your feet, and then bring the right knee to the bending the right knee forward, touch the right knee with the left elbow, and then for the other side the same. Keep alternating on both sides, visualizing Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा.
Now lie down again with the hands by the side and the legs stretched. Now bring the respective leg towards the ear and perform this again and again on both sides.
स्वोत्तानवत्संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति.
The next is Vrikasana. Now lying down without the help of your hands, stand up and sit down. Visualize a fox.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Now sit down and perform a backward somersault. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
The next is Sarathasana. Now lie down on the stomach and keep the hands by the side of the body. Then contracting the lips, start making a whistling sound, visualizing a chariot.
मुद्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भदस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Dehalyulanghanasana. Now keeping the hands flat by the chest, come to a tall plank position and jump both the feet between the palms and backwards again and again.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
The next asana is Jatyasana. Now stand up and bend your upper body down, placing the palms on the mat. Now walk back and forth, visualizing you are an elephant on all four limbs.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Lolitika Karna. Now stand tall and straighten the hands to the sides. Then tilt the head backwards and rotate the head in all directions. Simultaneously, rotate the hands one by one towards the center of the body and then backwards. Now we move to the next asana, Sarpasana. Now stand tall with your hands by the side. Visualize the Kundalini energy traveling from the root center to the crown center. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing from next few asanas.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Now from this standing position, lean down, place your hands under your feet from the front and walk back and forth.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next is Ashwasana. Now standing tall again, bend down and this time place your fingers under your feet from the sides. Walk back and forth, visualizing a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वशरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
The next is Kapotanitakasana. Now interlace your hands behind your back and pull the hands low as possible, visualizing a soaring diving bird.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next asana is Talapushpaputam Karna. Now come to a squatting position and bring your palms together. Now lift your one heel up and then bend towards that side and lower your upper body. Then perform on the other side, visualizing offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now we move to the next asana, which is Khadgasana. Now lie down on the stomach from the standing position and again jump up and then bring the hands together. Visualize a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा
Next asana is Uttanottanam. Now place one leg on, now standing with the feet apart, slightly apart, hold the opposite hand and sit down and stand up like in squats, visualizing Swamiji gazing to the third eye.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यमसितव्यमिति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand tall and raise the hands above the head and jump intensely, visualizing a maze.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Uchirshakasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh and sit down and stand up. Then perform on the opposite side.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Now we move to the next asana, Parshvajanukarana. Now bring one knee to the chest and hold that knee with the respective hand, but keep the hand in a fist. Then keep the other hand on the opposite thigh and visualize Paramashiva. Now we move to the next asana, which is Thandavasana. Now stand on one leg and stretch the other leg forward and sit down and stand up, visualizing Paramashiva dance.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now we move to the next asana, Brahmanasana. Now place one leg on the inner thigh and bring the palms to the side of the body. Visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next asana is Garudasana 3. Now with the left leg, wrap the right leg and simultaneously wrap the palms. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now standing on one foot, place the other foot in front of the standing foot and keep the hands by the side, visualizing the space of Swamiji and continue to perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now hold one leg with the respective hand and stretch the leg to the side. Rotate the body, visualizing a star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now place one leg behind your neck and sit down and stand up, keeping the hands spread to the sides. Visualize Mahavishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now we perform Parshvajanukarana on the opposite side. Now again raise the other leg towards the chest and hold it with the respective hand, keeping the hand in a fist. Place the other hand on the thigh and balance. Now we move to the next asana, Thandavasana on the opposite side. Now stand on one leg, stretch the opposite leg forward, sit down and stand up on one leg, visualizing Paramashiva dance.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now, place one leg in the inner thigh of the other leg and keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now, placing with the right leg, wrap the left leg and simultaneously wrap the palms. Visualize Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now place the right leg in front of the left thigh and stand with the hands by the side of the body, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now once again hold the right leg with the right hand and rotate the body, visualizing a star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
And next is Trivikramasana, where you stand with one leg behind your neck, sit down and stand up, and then visualize Lord Mahavishnu.
ग्रीवायां पदं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next asana is Samanaka Karna. Now stand with your hands by the side. After this intense sequence of asana, take a moment to visualize Paramashiva and catch your breath. Now we move to the next asana, Ghora Kanchali asana. Now sit down with your hand underneath your calf and thigh, interlacing the fingers in front of your navel. Visualize Lord Goraknatha.
प्रथम हि उभोः ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे.
The next asana is Kanchasana. Now bring the hands in front of the perineum as with the hands interlaced. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the Jiva Chalakumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing the prana travel all over the body and then exhaling.
ऊर्ध्वमध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now interlace the fingers under the perineum and visualize Lord Bhairava, Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिला दी फना पानी उकड़मोड़ वैसे.
The next asana is Varahasana. Now in the same squatting position, bend your elbows behind the head and keep the palms together facing downward. Visualize the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागधली की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
The next asana is Tripitasana. Now keep the palms on the mat and then fold the big toes of each leg and then lift the hips to the same level as the knees and visualize Swamiji.
पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय.
The next asana is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat and then rest the knees, the side of the knees on the hands. Slowly leaning forward, lift the legs off the mat and visualize a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Shishtanga Kapalyasana. Now place the head on the mat in front of the hands and then slowly raise the legs up and then place them in Padmasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गणकपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Now be seated on the heels with your palms on the knees, completely relaxing your body. Visualize Paramashiva.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपजेत्.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs up into a handstand, visualizing a tree.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
The next asana is Shibu Asana. Now in the handstand, just switch the gaze to the third eye.
द्वौ उपगजोडी माही गुल्फं मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now come to a plank position and keeping the hands by the side of you, lower your body and raise it again and again like in push-ups, visualizing a fish.
नित्यं शयनं कुरु पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य.
Next is Sarpasana 2. Now keep your hands by the side of your hips and move them from side to side, visualizing a cobra.
नित्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीघीकृत्य.
The next asana is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows and rest your chin on the palms. Visualize yourself supported.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परयासुदीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनम्.
The next asana is Chatrasana. Now place your palms on the mat and push your upper body as back as possible, bending the back, bend the knees simultaneously and try to touch them to the head. Try to touch the feet to the head, visualizing an umbrella.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्तलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now we move to the next asana, Vajrasana. Now be seated on the heels with the toes flat. Place the hands on the knees and then stretch them to the ground and then place the forehead on the mat. Visualize the indestructible weapon Vajra and gaze to the nose. Perform the Shambhavi Mudra. The Samana Kumbhaka.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
The next asana is Meshasana. Now just lift the hips up and keeping the hands and feet on the mat. Alternate pressing the mat with one hand, raising that and placing it down. Visualize a powerful ram.
गजासनं संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now this is also an inverted asana. Now place your hands on the mat and kick your legs into a handstand and slowly bring your upper body down. Visualize Swamiji and you are unborn and eternal.
गजासनं संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now be seated and hold your big toes and pull them towards the perineum. Then place your hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji gazing to the nose. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
पूरवविधिपरिहाताकी काकसीस्यो फणाशरामोडी.
The next asana is Angamotanam. Now placing your hands in front, interlace them and move them from side to side, massaging all the muscles. Then interlace them behind and move them from side to side. Massage all the muscles as you visualize Swamiji.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी पका की अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे।
The next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit in between of the heels and keep your hands by the side of your knees. Visualize Garuda flying.
जंघोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते।
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit on the heels again and keep the knees apart. Then place the hands underneath the ankles. Visualize a beautiful temple and gaze to the third eye.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः हस्तयुग्मं पाददेशे पादयुग्मं प्रदापयेत्।
The next asana is Mandukasana 2. Now this time place the hands underneath the knees. Visualize a frog, gaze to the third eye. Perform the Manduki Mudra, rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat and the Udyana Bandha.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तोपादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्।
The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now sit on your heels with the toes tucked. Keep your hands on the ground and then inhale. Then when you exhale, stick your tongue out, exhale forcefully through the mouth and visualize Lord Narasimha.
दो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को जावे।
The next asana is Vishrikasana. Now sitting on the heels and keeping the toes tucked, cover the mouth with both the hands and inhale through the nostrils and exhale through the mouth. Visualize Lord Goddess Durga and gaze to the nose.
दो पगा की एड़ी जोजी गोड़ा फणो बाण पुनि होई।
The next asana is Makarasana. Now be seated with the heels flat. Then bring the hands to the side of the body and scratch it like a playful monkey. Gaze to the third eye.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे।
The next asana is Vajrasankharasana. Now sit on the toes with the knees wide apart and the soles of the feet together. Cross the hands behind the back and hold opposite knees and elbows. Visualize a powerful diamond and gaze to the nose.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए वैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा उभा राके धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर।
The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now be seated on the soles of the feet with the ankles crossed. Keep the hands by the side of the knees. Visualize Swamiji healing your body and perform the Udyana Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत् भूमौ हस्तद्वयं नाथ पातयित्वा नलं पिबेत्।
Next asana is Kurmasana. Now continue to be seated as you place the hands on the knees, gaze to the nose and visualize a tortoise.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्।
The next asana is Yogasana. Now be seated in the same position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः।
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now raise onto your knees, keep the ankles crossed, and hold each ankle with the respective hand with the fingers inside and the thumbs out. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the nose, to the third eye.
गोड़ा बामौ उभौ होजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोजी दधी पाकड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिगल्यावे.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. Now uncross the ankles and continue to hold onto the ankles of the feet. Visualize Ushtra, the camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदार्ढ्य सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
The next asana is Chatyasana. Now sit between your feet and first place your forearms on the mat as you lean backward and then the forehead. Visualize a blooming lotus.
दोवु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारित विधरे फणा पानी उकड़ होय बैसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जो ऐसे.
Now we move to the next asana, Viratasana. Now lie down with the back on the mat and raise up without the help of the hands. Visualize Swamiji healing your body.
जंघा पृष्ठिभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विराटासनं भवति.
The next asana is Kapotasana. Now be seated on the ground between your heels and then place your back on the mat and then push your hips up as you slowly hold the feet with the hands and the head between the heels. Visualize a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
The next asana is Varasana. Now raise up and stand on your knees. Then hold opposite elbows. Don't cross your ankles and stand, visualizing Paramashiva blessing you. Gaze to your nose.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
The next is Varahasana 2. Now keep your toes tucked and sit on your heels. Then place your forehead on the mat and interlacing your finger above your head, visualize Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu. Perform the Moola Bandha.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि कथ्यते.
The next is Mundasana. This is an inverted asana. So you can take the support of the wall or a partner if you need. Now place your forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Then place the forehead between the interlaced fingers and walk the feet up. Then kick the legs into a headstand and visualize a lobed tree. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka and gaze to the nose.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
The next asana is Andhasana. Now come to a seated position with the heels flat. Then place the forehead on the mat. Cover the ears with the palms and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगथली समटहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फना पानी उकड़कर बैसे दोवु एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
The next is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie down on your stomach. Stretch your hands forward and visualizing a locust, simultaneously lift the hands, shoulders, feet and thighs, balancing only on the abdomen. Visualize a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Now keep the hands by the side of the body and again lift the legs off the mat. Visualize a skull.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next is Akasha Kapotasana. Now, from this lying down position, kick the legs up and slowly bring them down next to the head. Visualize a beautiful flying dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Chatakasana. Now, come to a seated position on your heels with the toes flat. Place the forearms on the mat in front of you and visualize a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य जानुनीनाभौ सङ्कुञ्च्य तिष्ठेत् चटकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now, place your forearms on the mat with the palms flat and the fingers apart to bring balance. Then, raise your knees off the mat and kick them one after the other and slowly balance, bringing the legs lower as much as you can and raising the chin. Visualize a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्य कौ.
Relax as we move to the next asana, Vrishasana. Now, sit on one heel and keep the other outside. Place the hands in front of the knees and visualize a bull. Start performing the Antaranga Kumbhaka, which is inhaling forcefully, holding the breath, and then exhaling.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Lolasana. Now bring the knees together and with the strength of the core, slowly lift the legs off the mat and balance only on the hands with the feet together. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
The next asana is Vrishasana on the opposite side. Now again sit on the opposite leg and keep the hands in front of the knees. Visualize a bull in your inner space.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Balagunasana. Now sit on one heel with the toes tucked and the knee off the mat. Place the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Keep the hands on respective knees. Visualize the Siddha Balaguna in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up in Grahasana. Keep the feet apart and now slowly bend down. Circle the feet and hold the ankles and then sit down on the hands. Visualize the planet Earth.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Balagunasana on the opposite side. Now sit on the opposite heel with the toe flat. Place the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Place the hands on respective knees and visualize the great Siddha Balaguna.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now sit on both heels and keep the knees together. Place the palms on the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
The next is Vajrasangarasana. Now slowly open the knees wide apart, bringing the soles of the feet together also. Then cross the hands behind the back and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए जैसे दोवु एड़ी गुदा निवैसे गोड़ा उभा राके थीय आड़े बाज पसारे धीर.
Now we move to Anilasana. Now bring the knees together and to the chest. Keep the feet flat and apart. Then place the hands underneath the respective foot with the palms facing down. Visualize you have the ability of a breatharian and gaze to the nose.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभिलग आने फना दो ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलियांकी पर धरे.
Now we move to the next asana, Padukasana. Now stand up and then place your palms underneath the feet from the front, wrapping the soles of the feet. Walk back and forth on your mat, visualizing wearing wooden sandals, padukas.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next is Kukkudodana. Now place your hands on the mat, slightly apart, and then kick your legs again and again, letting them fly up and then land down again. Visualize a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Now we move to the next asana, Viparita Nrittasana. Now place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up into a handstand and shake them in all directions. Visualize Swamiji removing all of your patterns and continue to perform the Sajakumbhaka.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now we move to the next asana, Kunjarasana. Now slowly lean down with your feet apart. Then place one hand on the mat and the other on the ear. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mula Bandha.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Now we'll be performing Kunjarasana on the opposite side as we switch the position of the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now we move to the next asana, Kadambasana. Now sit on your heels with the toes tucked and the heels off the mat. Hold on to the ankles of the feet and visualize the Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Now we move to the next asana, Pavanamuktasana. Now sit down and bring the knees to the chest with the feet flat. Wrap the knees and squeeze your body, visualizing all the excess vata leaving the system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनी वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रतीकरबन्धनैः एवं विधा स्थितिर्यत्र तत्र वायुमुक्तासनं भवेदनेन वसा शुद्धिर्मलस्तवायुर्मोचनम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Chakorasana. Now sit with your legs stretched and place one leg behind your neck. Then keeping the other leg stretched and the hand by the side of your body, slowly lift the entire body off the mat. Visualize a powerful source of energy and gaze to the third eye.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Dhanurasana. Now keeping one leg by the perineum and the other one stretched, hold the big toes of the feet with both hands. Then pull the foot by the perineum to the ear and visualize you pulling a bowstring with an arrow.
पादाङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
The next is Ashtavakrasana. Now place one knee, your right knee, on your right shoulder, or your left knee on your left shoulder. Then place the right leg on the left knee, on the left foot, and stretch the legs to the left side. Simultaneously lower the body down and visualize a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to the next asana, Pranasana. Now sit with your right knee, your right foot, or your left foot on the right thigh, and place the right foot on the right shoulder. Then keep the left hand on the left knee and visualize you have the ability of a breatharian. Gaze to the third eye.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्जप्रकारयेत्.
Now we move to the next asana, Parshamatsendrasana. Now keep the one foot by the root of the other leg and the other leg by the knee. Then twist outside of the raised knee and place your hand between the gap of the thighs and calves, and then with the other hand wrap the body from the behind and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize Matsyendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
वामूरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदुष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात् मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्ततेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Chakorasana. Now place one foot behind your neck and the other foot keep it stretched. Then keep your hands by the side of your body and lift the entire body off the mat. Visualize you are a powerful source of energy and gaze to the third eye.
पूर्वतानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशरभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Dhanurasana 2. Now keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot stretched. Then pull the leg, hold both the legs with the hands and pull the leg by the perineum to the ears, visualizing pulling a bowstring with an arrow. Visualize a bowstring being pulled with an arrow.
पूर्वतानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now we move to the next asana, Ashtavakrasana. Now place your right leg on the right shoulder and the left leg on the right foot. Then stretch the legs to the right side and lean down, stretching the legs to the right side and lowering your body, visualizing a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now we move to the next asana, Pranasana. Now sit with one leg on the opposite thigh and the other leg on the respective shoulder. Place the other hand on the knee and visualize your a breatharian ability to live just from prana. Gaze to the third eye.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्जप्रकारयेत्.
Now we move to Parshamatsendrasana on the opposite side. Now place one foot by the root of the other leg and the other leg by the knee of the opposite leg. Then turn outside of the raised knee and place one hand between the gap of the thighs and calves. Then with the other hand wrap the body from the behind and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize Matsyendranatha and gaze to the third eye.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात् मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसां पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now we move to the next asana, Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now sit with one leg stretched and the other leg bent with the foot by the perineum. Lean down and hold the stretched leg with both the hands and try to place your crown on the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the Jiva Chalakumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next asana is Crown Chasana. Now pull the left foot outside the hip and hold on to the right foot as you extend the right foot up in front of your face. Keep the knees straight, visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel against your perineum. Lean forward and down. Now hold on to the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Jiva Chalakumbhaka. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and then move the prana freely within your body by the force of your will.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनिना सीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानोपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
The next asana is Crown Chasana on the other side. Now hold on to the other foot as you pull the opposite foot outside the hip and extend the opposite leg forward and up, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Svastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between your thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now, maintain your feet in the same position. Place your hands over top of the heels. Cover your feet with your hands as you gaze to your nose. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फोच्छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
The next asana is Pagasana too. Now keep the left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One, the Lord. As you inhale all the way and close all your senses with your fingers. Close your lips with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वं गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने.
Next up is Yogasana too. Now place your feet onto opposite knees and place your hands on the ground next to your body with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachan Kumbhaka. Keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow as you inhale through the lips and exhale slowly through the nose.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. योगासनं भवेदेतद्योगीनां योगसाधने.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Sitting in Padmasana, place your hands flat on the ground next to you with the palms down and then lift your entire body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. As you sit in Padmasana, place your hands in between the legs, palms down. Don't lift your body up, stay seated on the mat. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And keep breathing in Kakachancha Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तुदो वो गोडासन दिधरे उभय हथेली भूधरी राखे पोछा गोडासन दिमे दाखे पिष्टि हथेली की है जहाँ आसन लगवा राखे तहाँ नासा दृष्टि अचल टहरावे सिद्धहस्तली नाम कहावे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now push your body up off the mat. With your hands flat on the ground, lift your knees up, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरुनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs, raise your hips up, push your hands below and interlock your fingers behind in Palasha Mudra as you place your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, lift your knees and bring your hands in between the legs, bending the elbows up to hold on to the respective shoulders. Balance as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे, तरफ दूसरी कर दो वो आने, कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
From the same position, now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to your nose. Rejoice, knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture as you pierce all the granthis, the knots in Granthi Vedasana.
बाई जंग प्रदक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग परिबाई ल्यावा.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your arms between the legs in Padmasana. Hold onto your shoulders as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठा ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between the legs and hold on to one wrist as you place the respective palm on the ground. Keep only one hand on the mat as you lift your body up, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat, hold its wrist and lift your body up. Repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Kriptasana. Sitting in Padmasana, lean forward and down. Place your elbows on the toes and interlock your fingers, placing your chin on the fingers and your thumbs against the throat, visualizing you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ, गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत्. गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other, palms facing up, resting them in your lap. Sit in a relaxed posture. Gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji as you engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now keep the left hand on the knee. Hook the right index and middle fingers around the big toe. As you move the big toe round and round, visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow, and then repeat the movement on the other side as well in Karmukasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back. Hold onto the big toe.
पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagarasana. From the same posture, now roll onto your back. Keep your arms crossed behind your legs in Padmasana, holding onto the big toes. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake and breathe in Sahasra Kumbhaka through your nose in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को ठाने, दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. You can free your arms and legs now. Place your feet flat Then lift your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत्.
Next up is Urupa Pavanasana. Lay flat on your back. Put your feet on the ground, knees raised, and interlock your fingers around your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनकरावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे तुल्भमा हिला अंगुष्ठदोजी करे एक समेल रसोजी.
Now bring your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up high. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a powerful Alpha 8 in Malakara Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तरमयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Now raise your hips and bring your hands to the lower back. Then straighten your legs, point the toes forward. Rest your entire body weight on your elbows. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up into Narakasana. Point the toes upwards. Place your arms flat and visualize yourself blissfully traversing the Narakaloka unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your body as you lower and angle your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you keep your legs angled, as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now raise your legs back up. Place your arms flat. Be sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now lower your body down, lay on your back in the final posture of this sequence, Nithasana. Keep your hands at the side of the hips, palms facing up. Stop any movements internally or externally. Unclutch completely. As you pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine forcefully in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead, and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Mritasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, very slowly, come back to your body. Bend your knees and bring them to your chest. Wrap them and rock from side to side and slowly come to a seated position. With this, we come to the end of today's Nithyananda Yoga session. And we have beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now let's enter into the power manifestation session. Now let's end this yoga session with the Purna Mantra. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and remembering Swamiji, let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. See you in the power manifestation session. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, thank you, Lincoln. Wait for a minute more. We just finished with the yoga. So, requesting all the participants to freshen up and come in front of the camera. Today's session is going to be a very interesting one. One of the most talked of words in spirituality is karma. So we will be learning exactly what is karma and getting the liberation out of all our karmas. Okay, the time is 8:30, so I'll begin the session. Requesting all of you to please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilakshyan Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcoming all of you into today's session in Paramashivoham. Like I said earlier, we will be having deeper understandings about what is karma. The teachings directly from KAILASA by the Nijavatara of Paramashiva, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Are we all ready? Deep truths? Yes. Okay. What is karma? I request all of you to come to the space of listening because many wrong understandings that you have had about karma will be busted. So let us all be sitting with a beginner's mind, fresh and in the space to imbibe all the truths like a sponge. Okay? Bhagavan says, karma is the bhava, the attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with life and with the world. It is the same attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with yourself. I repeat, the attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with life and with the world is the same attitude which forms the basis for the way you connect with yourself. And this is what is called karma in the Vedic tradition. Just spend a few minutes here, cognize and contemplate on this truth very deeply. What is the attitude with which you connect with life and with the world? It is the same attitude which also forms the basis for the way you connect with yourself. internalize this truth. Continuing, karma is a collection of all your unfulfilled experiences. Understand, karma is any action which has not reached its perfection in you. I'm sure all of these understandings are very new for most of us here in the session. Continue to sit with the patience and he will deliver it to you. The experience will be delivered. Understand, karma is any action which has not reached its perfection in you. Karma is a collection of all your unfulfilled experiences. The truth is that when action reaches perfection, it liberates you and it disappears from the cosmic ocean. Action is like a ripple effect. When it reaches the boundary, it disappears. Any ripple effect which reaches the boundary disappears. Yes, we've all seen this. When you throw a stone into the water, it creates ripples, isn't it? The ripples will start right at the center and they will continue beyond towards the boundary. Once it reaches the boundary, it simply disappears. Like that, Bhagavan says, action is like a ripple effect. When it reaches its perfection, it will liberate you and it will liberate itself also, as in it disappears from the cosmic ocean. Karma is action which has not reached its extreme, which has not seen the end, or which has not seen perfection. The moment karma sees perfection, or action reaches its perfection, sees the end, or experiences the extreme, it suddenly disappears. An action, when it has reached its perfection, when it has seen its extreme end, it will suddenly disappear. Let us see the example that he's quoting. If you throw a stone in a pond, a ripple effect is created. The moment it reaches the end, the moment it reaches the bank, or the moment it reaches perfection, the ripple effect disappears. Now what happens? The pond swallows the stone as well as the ripple effect that has been created by the stone. In the same way, when an engram is thrown on you, what is created is karma. When that reaches its perfection and its extreme end, karma is liberated from you and you are liberated from karma. Are you all with me? Yes? Can I have some responses on the chat box? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Karma is an unfulfilled action or an unfulfilled engram. For example, if you are hiding some strong anger about your parents, your family members, your sister, that is also karma. There is a very beautiful verse in the Ishavasya Upanishad, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. The translation is, from the whole came the whole. WHOLE, whole. If you remove the whole from the whole, only the whole remains. By nature, we seek the wholeness. By our very nature, we seek fulfillment in anything that we do. Whether it is sleeping, eating, drinking, jumping, reading, talking, meditating, whatever it is, any activity that we engage in, our being yearns to completely experience the activity and be fully involved in it. Look in. Are we fully conscious of every action that we engage in? Are we aware every moment of our lives? Look into your own life. Look into your day-to-day, not even forget your whole life. Just for the last 1 hour, were you completely aware of everything that you were doing? Are we fully conscious of every action that we engage in? Talk to your own children. Ask them, hey, what did you eat for breakfast? You ask them this question in the afternoon at around 2 o'clock. This is how they'll see. Nobody remembers. How many times you have driven your car to your office without even knowing what all you, without even seeing everything on the street. You were not even aware that you were driving. It's only when you reach your office, you'll say, oh, I already reached, is it? And you get out of the car. Such a activity that needs so much of your involvement, even that is being performed in such unawareness, in such unconsciousness, isn't it? A small story. A man was traveling by the cab to the airport. The cab driver was driving very fast, even around the corners and sharp turns. The passenger was getting terrified with his driving. Finally, the cab driver, seeing the terrified passenger, says, hey, why don't you do what I do when I take turns? This guy will ask him, what do you do? I just shut my eyes. You also shut your eyes. So, this is literally how all of us are living our life, driving our life in so much of unawareness and unconsciousness. No wonder so many accidents get created day in and day out. All our relationship issues, we not progressing in our profession, career, we landing up with disasters with respect to our health. Why do you think all this is happening? So, how much karma do you carry? When you are not completely aware and involved in the action that you are engaging in, your being remains unfulfilled in that experience. For instance, some of us have this craving for food. Bhagavan says, whatever it is that you are craving about, it might be, say, a masala dosa, or you love a particular kind of a sweet. When you sit and eat that item, are you fully aware of the process of eating, consuming that particular food that you so are fond of? You're not. It is only till that thing is served on your plate. And then when you're eating, your mind is already somewhere else. No wonder you are never fulfilled in that experience and your craving continues. Bhagavan says, if you see, it is not that he is telling you not to eat or to enjoy that kind of food, but you should be liberated from that craving. The next time, whatever it is that you are craving for, dive deep into that action, dive deep into that experience, be completely present and aware in that experience. You will see that you will be liberated from the craving. You will not even remember that particular food But it is not that you will not enjoy it when it is served, but you will not be pulled towards it, or you will not be meditating on it. Oh, when will I get to eat? Those kind of things will not happen. It is such a liberation. It should start with using all your senses. When that item is being made, experience the smell of it. All right? See it with your eyes completely. Touch it. Feel the warmth of it on your skin. Every time you break one piece and you put it into your mouth, your tongue and your mouth should experience the taste of it so well, even as you are chewing on it. Every bit of it, you must relish it so much, being completely there and present and aware. You should feel it traveling down your gut and enjoy that one whole dosa completely. Even once, if you do it, you will walk out of the craving. Try it. And you know what? When you eat like this, you will not overeat. You will just eat the right amount of food that your body needs. Most of the time, because people are sitting in front of the TV screens or in front of their system, the computer, they'll keep dumping food inside without even knowing what is going inside. And when you're sitting in front of devices and eating, you'll be eating probably 3 to 4 times more than what you really need to eat. So become aware. See, even this is a karma, this action of not being aware and conscious. That experience, you have not lived it completely, and that is why you will be driven to perform the same action again and again. You'll have that craving for food continues in your system. Are you getting my point? It is just an example that I gave, a simple example which most of us would be able to relate to. All right? The unfulfilled experience remains, and it keeps pulling you to do the same action with more intensity again and again to fulfill it. And this is karma. Karma is the collection of all the unfulfilled experiences that stays inside us and constantly pulls us to fulfill them. So, anything that we do and experience intensely and deeply will always leave our system. It will liberate us. Any experience that we do not go through completely, through which we did not have complete fulfillment, that did not get our full energy, attention, and awareness, remains inside us as karma. Are you all with me? Yes? Cool. Good. So, when you live that experience intensely and deeply, you will be liberated. Yes, ma, a very liberating truth. Any experience that you do not go through completely, it will continue to remain inside you, and it will drive you to perform the same action again and again until and unless it reaches its fulfillment, the complete fulfillment. And this is what is karma. So even though one carries some karma, basically that individual himself is complete fulfillment, wholeness. We are all Purna. So you may have karmas, but the truth is also that you are Purna. You are complete. You are whole. So any karma that has not been fulfilled cannot rest inside you for too long. It will try its best to fulfill itself. It will drive you again and again to go through the same activity so that it can be fulfilled. Any desire, any experience which has not become complete in an individual's system will remain as karma and push you again and again to go through the same experience until it is fulfilled. Look into your life. One continuously takes decisions, and these decisions are not only for the major events in an individual's life, even the words that one talks continuously, the thoughts that one harbors continuously is the individual's own decision. Now we are expanding the understandings on karma. At the end of the day, all of your actions starts as a thought, isn't it? The thought, then the words, and then the action. So we're going back to understand how your thoughts and actions also are what that one harbors continuously in the decision, which is all a part of the karma process. All individual thoughts, words, and actions collectively contribute towards the individual's karmic baggage because none of them give rise to fulfillment. Is the understanding clear? Good. So, our own thoughts, words, and deeds or actions become our karma and drive us to reach fulfillment in some way. Understand? Your present is nothing but the totality of all your past decisions. The totality of all past decisions is your present moment. Yes or no? Are we all in agreement with this truth? Your present moment for now is you're sitting here with us in the session. How did this moment get created? Somewhere in the past, somebody informed you that there is this program, and then you decided to sign up for it. You made all possible arrangements so that you could facilitate your presence in the session for the hours that you're needed to be here. So all of these thoughts, words, and actions that were performed in the past have created this present moment for you and me to be sitting here together in the session today, isn't it? Now, applying the same logic, the totality of your present decisions will also be your future. Aren't we clear? Your present will manifest in your future, or rather create your future. Now, this is the essence of the karma theory. The totality of all your past is the present, and the totality of your present is your future. All right. The totality of all your past is the present, and the totality of your present will be your future. The problem is that we make most of our decisions unconsciously. It is like one guy goes to the hotel and he'll order for some 10 items and he eats all the plates, and when the bill comes, he says, no, I didn't order for it. It is like that. When things happen in our life, we keep blaming everybody around us, not knowing that it is the future that we manifested in our unconsciousness, or rather the present that we manifested in our unconsciousness. So the way out is flood more awareness, more intelligence into your thinking system. flood more awareness and more consciousness into your decision-making system. And that is how the karma can be exhausted. The question is, if we are all cleansed of all karma, does this mean that when we do something that causes karma, do the consequences come much sooner, if not instantly? Bhagavan is answering, in any given moment, the future is predestined, but conditionally. I repeat, in any given moment, the future is predestined, but conditionally. We understood how the totality of all your past is the present, and the totality of all your present is your future. So, whatever actions that you have performed in the past and in the present is what is creating the future, which is your destiny. It will be a certain future according to the totality of all the events till that point in time. And that is the predestined future. But understand, this is a very important truth that you should realize. This is conditional. It is conditional. There is a very important factor that can change it and which will change it, and that is your consciousness, your will. Is that clear? You can ask questions if you need to. In any given moment, the future is predestined, but you can change that destiny, as we so call it, by your consciousness or your will. Okay? Understand, destiny is not something that is written in stone. It very much depends on how you choose to respond to every situation that life presents to you. Your awareness will give you the intelligence and the courage to change the flow of events in your life. So consciousness rays fulfilling our desires. I didn't quite get that point, ma'am. Pallavi, you may want to make it a little more clear. I'll wait for you and then I'll repeat this slide again. Being in consciousness helps in fulfilling our desires. Yes. Operating from the space of consciousness, basically. So, the truth that we are trying to put across for now is that the destiny, your destiny is not something that is written in stone. It depends on how you choose to respond to every situation that life presents to you. Your awareness will give you the intelligence and the courage to change the flow of events in your life. All right. So with this, we will now enter into deeper understandings on karma. Let us understand karma with respect to samskaras and vasanas. What is vasana? Vasana is the seed of desire. For example, you are walking and you happen to see a dazzling necklace displayed outside a shop. A desire arises inside you to possess it. This is vasana. Internalize this understanding. Vasanas are the seeds of desire. The example that we are giving is, suppose when your box that is displayed outside a shop, instantly a desire is vasana. So, next understanding is about samskara. What is samskara? Samskara is the plant that grows when the seed of the vasana sprouts. When you see that necklace again and again, the desire to possess it becomes stronger in you. When you feed the desire to possess a necklace, it is actually like supplying water and nutrition to the seed of vasana. Is that clear? Vasana is the seed and samskara is the plant that has grown when you continue to nourish the seed. The corruption that happens to the inner space is samskara or engraved memories. What Random everyone. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll continue with the session. Yes. So we are looking at understanding how the samskaras get built inside us. The engrams, as we call them. The corruption that happens to the inner space is what we know as samskaras or engraved memories. They are the memories that go and sit in your inner space and pull you to go through the same experience repeatedly. They pull you to do the same kind of actions repeatedly, pull you to run through the same kind of thought patterns, even if you don't want to. Those memories are known as the samskaras. Any samskara that is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance to the fulfillment of your life. And the thing with samskaras is, every time when you engage in the same kind of actions with the hope of fulfillment, you're not even working with the hope of fulfillment. Unconsciously, it's all happening, but it will get stronger and more intense every time. But sadly, it will leave you unfulfilled. Yes, ma, they are one and the same. The samskaras drive your patterns. There is no such good thing as good or bad samskara. No samskara is good. An inner space filled with samskaras is hell. An inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not even try to classify samskaras as good or bad. You know why? Bhagavan says, the truth is that you are whole. You do not need anything from outside to complete you. But what is the samskara doing? It is taking you away from the wholeness. Whether you want to call it good or bad, it is not right to classify it either way, because it is taking you away from your wholeness and trying to live through you, telling you that you will be fulfilled, which is not the truth at all. Are you getting the point? So no samskara is good or bad. The inner space which does not have samskaras is heaven. A samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very natures, samskaras are depressive. Anything done out of samskaras will reduce everything to boring emptiness. Anything that happens with a deep understanding, just out of your pure inner space, will always add value to you. Understand, any action, even if you think you're adding a lot of joy to the world, if it is arising out of a samskara, it is never going to fulfill you. It will only, leave you into a very boring emptiness. On the other hand, when the action is out of a deep understanding, just from a pure inner space, when there's no samskara that is driving you, it will always add value to you. Anything done out of samskaras adds more and more bondage to you. From our very young age, we collect so many different samskaras in so many ways. We accumulate them and we also reproduce them. Samskaras do reproduce themselves even without any further action from our part. This is another very interesting thing that we should all know. Once it is there in your system, even without your active contribution to it, Even if you're not taking any action from your own side, they will continue to replicate and reproduce themselves. Samskaras get strengthened in different ways. There are some samskaras that get strengthened only by action when you repeat the action. Yes, ma. We are just now giving you the understanding of the samskaras. How we can stop getting all that, we will lead you in the further sessions. Okay. See, samskaras in your physical layer, like the Annamaya kosha, are basically one of tiredness, fatigue, extreme sleeping extremely, sleeping too much. All of these are the samskaras in your physical body. Okay. When you repeat the same action again and again, you'll see, you know what, I'm feeling so tired. So I will sleep for some time, I will become all right. Do that. Sleep. Do you really walk out of your tiredness? No. Every time when you perform that action, it will only get more and more strengthened. So some samskaras, when we say these are the samskaras in the physical layer, which will get strengthened by action when you repeat that action. Today, one day, I'll have a nice strong coffee and I'll get done with it. Try that? No. You will keep on drinking more and more coffee. It is never going to leave your system. Okay. If a person is restless and gets too many thoughts in a span of 1 second, his kshana is shorter because the gap between the two thoughts is less. We have understood about kshana in one of the earlier sessions. See, it is not a chronological time as we know it in English, right? 1 second, you know exactly. 1 minute has 60 seconds. So you know what a second is. We're not talking about that kshana when we are talking kshana in the session here. In Sanskrit, in the Vedic understandings, kshana means the gap between one thought and the next thought. It is not in the chronological way that we understand time. So in that sense, what I'm trying to tell you now is that if a person is restless and gets too many thoughts in a span of 1 second, his kshana is shorter because the gap between the two thoughts is less. There are some samskaras that get strengthened just by receiving the information with regard to them. When you receive input from the world about them, these samskaras will get strengthened. Now, there are some other samskaras that need neither action nor information, just remembrance is enough, they get strengthened. Swamiji says, all the samskaras that are in your pain, the pain-related samskaras, your suffering, depression, all these samskaras, just remembering them is enough, they get strengthened. So, we collect these different levels of samskaras, engraved memories, and store them in our system and continue to expand them. So, finally, when driven by the desire, you execute the action and it becomes karma. The power of desire drives you into finally buying the necklace, and that is the action, which is the karma. We're going back to the example of the vasana, when you saw the dazzling necklace in the shop, and then you continue to feed yourself with that desire of wanting to possess that necklace, and finally one day you went and bought it. Now that is the action, which is the karma. Anything half done leaves a samskara, an engraved memory in your being. Anything that is not lived fully leaves an imprint or samskara in your being, which time and again pulls you and attracts you to travel the same path and fulfill it. Even our addictions are related to samskaras. Bhagavan says, in my own experience of having worked with millions of people personally, at least a few thousand cases of addiction have been healed by meditation. Understand the basic truth about addiction is that you have lived your life vaguely, not fully or with the whole being. As a result, unfulfilled desires create a samskara in you, pulling you back to fulfill the desire by re-experiencing the same desire again and again. Any kind of addiction is a hardened samskara in our system, where you're trying to replicate the same experience, the same desire again and again, only because you have not lived it fully with your whole being. You lived your life so vaguely. Any emotion that is lived intensely simply liberates you of that emotion. Whatever emotion, be it anger, fear, desire to eat, attachment to any object or person. Understand this. Even when you can use this understanding and truth even with your own relationships, whether it is with your parents, your spouse, your child, or your friends, when you are with them, be intensely available to them, completely available to them. So much so that when that person is not there in front of you, you will not even remember them. It is not that you don't care or you don't love, but because you have been so complete in that moment with that person in that relationship, you will be liberated actually. Okay, Macho has asked a question. What to do if unsatisfied desires are not the purpose of this life? Overcome this desire? I'm not too sure whether you were in that session, Ma. We have actually worked with this exercise of identifying your true desires. Okay, we'll come back to that later. Okay. So let me stick to this slide. We are telling you that any emotion, when it is lived intensely, simply liberates you of that emotion. There's no need to judge that emotion. Is it fear? Live your fear intensely. You know what? Actually, I have worked with this when Bhagavan delivered it in one of the satsangs. We were traveling. I was abroad somewhere, and I was sitting all alone in my room listening to the satsang. One of the things that I always feared about was losing the near and dear people in my life. Okay, very interestingly, that day he spoke on this topic and he said, the only way that you can walk out of fears is to live that fear. Even if it means that your near and dear person is not going to be there in your life anymore. Sit now and visualize it as if it has already happened in your life. You have to visualize it to every single detail, okay? The person is no longer there in your life. What would be the after effect of it? How are you going to manage every aspect of your life in that person's absence? When that person used to step out of the house, I would sit in the house thinking, what if he doesn't come back? You know, I used to be so scared. But after having done that exercise of facing my fear, it has been such a liberation for me that I'm so intense in the moment with the person when he is there that I don't even miss him or her when she is not there. I know that things are so fine. I don't even think anything. It is just a liberation. Like that, whether it is your anger, your fear, your desire to eat, or attachment to Nithyananda, Jayanti, Nithyananda, any object or person, live that emotion completely, live that fear completely. You will see how you will be liberated from it. Can we all take up this exercise and do it in our own life to walk out of your fears? Walk out of the emotion of anger. Anger is an energy at the end of the day. It's an intense energy. Yes, ma. Thank you. Work it out and see how powerfully these truths will live in your life. Whether it is your desire to eat also, like how I described earlier, how you should be eating that item. Eat it with all your senses. And that is also the reason why we do not use spoons and forks. You have to touch the food and eat. You understand that. See it with your eyes, smell it with your nose, touch it with your hand. When it is inside your mouth, see how it is getting wet with the saliva in your mouth, getting softer, softening up. And all your taste buds are getting so alive and activated. Feel the warmth of it, or the coldness of it in your throat as you're swallowing. Every single action, you should be completely aware and conscious of it. You will walk out of your cravings. Simply the same way your attachment to objects or people, everything, when you live it completely, you will be liberated of it, and that emotion also will be liberated from you. You are liberated fully of anything when you live it fully. If a person keeps going back to a problem time and again, it only means that he or she has not lived out that problem fully. When we live, half of our mind is somewhere else. Patanjali says beautifully, the more the quantity, the less the quality. The moment the quality of enjoyment of any object increases, its quantity decreases in direct proportion of its own accord. Therefore, it is the quality that needs to be increased. Whether it is your sensual pleasures also. Use this truth. It is the quality, not the quantity. And see how you will be liberated even from sensual pleasures. Life is not a brief candle. It is a bright, shining torch. Make it burn as brightly as possible in your life. By now, we all understood the 7 layers in our being, right? The samskaras are there in all the 7 layers of our body. The first layer is the physical body layer that you carry, made up of the flesh and blood. The samskaras that are related to chronic fatigue and tiredness are all stored in the physical body. And that is why when you try to do some exercise, a workout, or even a simple walk, the first thing is your body will resist and it will say, no, I can't do it today. I'm too tired. But without bothering about these first level samskaras that are rising, if you continue to enter into the action, suddenly you will see that the same action brings energy out of you. How many of you have had this experience? When you want to exercise, you want to do yoga, you want to go for a walk, first thing your body says is, hey, no, not today. I'm feeling very tired. I'm having this backache. I'll start from tomorrow. But If you do not listen to these samskaras at that moment and you still say, no, I am doing it, you will always come out energized. I can vouch for this fact. It has been my experience. How many of you have had this kind of experience? Even when you are tired, if you do the exercise, you do the yoga, or you go to the gym, you will always see that, yes, Ma Pallavi says she has also experienced it. Good. And so does Ma Jayanti. Yes, Ma. I saw you dancing the other day. You were the youngest of the group. When I asked everybody to jump on their feet to drive away their tiredness and boredom, I saw you jumping the most. So obviously, I'm sure it has been your experience also. Right. So if you start walking, in a few minutes, your mind will suggest 10 times, I'm tired. No, it's too much. We did enough. This is enough for today. Tomorrow we can continue. But if you do not bother about these samskaras and just go ahead, within a few minutes, the same action will bring energy. Try now, just a few minutes, just walk around and jump. No, really. Those of you feeling tired, sleepy, bored, please get up and start jumping. Let's see who's the youngest of all. Jump on your feet. Continue to jump. Higher, higher. Put up your hands. Put up your hands. Yeah. Jump higher. Macho. Do it rhythmically. Yes. Be careful not to fall. Continue. Continue to jump. Even if you are feeling tired, after this kind of activity, that you take up without listening to the samskaras in your physical layer of tiredness, fatigue, pains, the groans, all of that. Yes. Yes, please settle down. You will feel energized. Chronic fatigue, which is a deep feeling to be in inaction, to be in rest and non-moving state, is found in the physical body layer. Okay? Chronic fatigue is deeply related to the intense craving for rest. Please understand that this intense craving for rest is what brings diseases that will make you bedridden. You asked for it. Oh, no, I don't want. I'm too tired, lot of fatigue, and you want to rest all the time, you're actually putting a red carpet for all the diseases to come into you. And obviously, after that, you can rest for the rest of your life, bedridden. Now, the next layer is the pranic layer and the desire samskaras. The breath layer, which has all the samskaras related to desire, are stored here. Whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will also see that your breathing pattern will also change. For example, if you are caught by a strong desire like lust or anger, you see how your breathing pattern will change. It will be very chaotic. The more you enter into action based on those desires, the stronger these engrams will get. The third layer is the mental layer, See, in the pranic layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life should not have been. This layer is built based on all your guilt engrams. Okay. The second layer is all the desires. The third layer, the mental layer, is built on the guilt. For example, you don't need to do the same action again to strengthen these engrams. Just the information or the remembrance about that action will strengthen the engram. For example, if you have seen the same place, or if you're seeing the same person, or if you're facing the same situation, immediately those engrams will become strong and they will be awakened. Okay, are you getting the point? In the physical layer, if you perform the same action, then that engram, like you say, I'm too tired, and I want to sleep, you'll continue to sleep. Repeating the same action will strengthen that particular engram, right? Like that, in the mental layer, when you just have to remember that action, you will strengthen that action. You don't even have to perform that action. If you have seen the same person or you're facing the same situation, immediately those kind of engrams will get awakened or strengthened. The fourth layer, samskaras, are to do with your emotions, which have all the pain samskaras. You store all the visualizations that are related to pain. Understand, this fourth layer of pain is a very powerful layer. You do not need any action, no information to strengthen the engrams. Neither you need to act, nor you need information related to pain. It is just like a virus, it will replicate on its own. You don't need to feed anything to it. You don't have to have the same pain again and again. You don't even need to receive information related to that pain. Just the engrams are enough. They can simply multiply, expand, and multiply. Then comes the fifth layer, which is what you experience in deep sleep, the causal layer. Even though there are engrams in this layer, you cannot do anything about them because you're in deep sleep. Your mind can't do anything. It is an unconscious layer, so you don't worry about that. If in the first four layers, you can reduce the depth of the engrams and the samskaras, the fifth and the sixth layer will naturally be cleansed. Understand that. We need to work on the samskaras which are in the first four layers because only that is logically possible for us. We can consciously work on that. Once we reduce the depth of those engrams, the fifth and the sixth layer will be automatically, naturally cleansed. The fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing the sixth layer more and more. And which is that? That is the meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means that the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. And that is why when you have more stress and load, a lot of sleep-related problems happen. A lot of suffering related to sleep starts happening in life. Not only that, if the engrams in the first four layers are too many, in the fifth layer, the relationship between you and your body will get disconnected. Reducing the engrams in the first four layers is all about making friends with your body. We don't realize how much we abuse the body. Understand, if you are overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. when you feel lonely and empty inside, you start filling it. You start filling it with food or by drinking. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engrams. Removing these engrams is making friends with your body, creating a deep friendship with your body. And that is the best way to heal yourself. Okay. So with this, we have now come to the end of the session today. Now, all of us have had various wrong understanding, myths about karma, isn't it? You please pen down any one such myth that you have had, and what is the cognition, the fact that you now got from the session, and you can go ahead and make a post on the Facebook about that particular myth and the understanding that you got, and tag it with Bhagavan's account, KAILASA's Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and hashtag with Paramashivoham Level-1, hashtag KAILASA, and hashtag Nithyananda. Any one myth that got busted for you, which got replaced with the right cognition in today's session? Can I have a show of hand on the chat box, please? Yes, no, thumbs up. All right. So please go ahead and post it. Write what the myth was, and now what is the right cognition that you have got, and tag it with these hashtags: KAILASA's Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Paramashivam, hashtag Paramashivoham, hashtag KAILASA, and hashtag Nithyananda. All right. Yes, Macho, thank you. So with this, we will now have to conclude this session. Please put your hands together in the space of deep gratitude to Bhagavan for liberating us from all these samskaras which are not allowing us to experience the true inner bliss that we are, for healing us profoundly by cleansing all our samskaras. Let us offer our gratitude at his feet. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandamma, Daimai Swami.
Nithyanandam.
Yes. You can take over.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamotim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now we are going to learn about, see, why are we learning about karma? Right? See, why this topic? How this is going to help us? Let's learn about this. Before we start, if you have any questions, you can let me know. Why are we choosing this topic? Swamiji has spoken elaborately on this topic. All right. So first, let's understand why we are learning about karma. Then we are going to learn about the types of karma and many other details. The cosmic mysteries decoded, the science of karma revealed to you to make you powerful. Why we are learning about karma is to make you powerful, first of all. Second, expand your ability to cognize. There are many things happens in our life. Some we don't know why some things happen, but our ability to learn the secrets of karma, to learn the science of karma, we learn our ability to expand about ourselves, about life, about everything increases. The cognize, our understanding, operating capability increases. The cosmic logic is karma. Is taught to you and is revealed to you only to make you powerful and create a new future. To live powerfully and undo all the mistakes committed in the past due to delusion and ignorance. Otherwise, we'll be continue to be ignorant, deluded, and live in Maya. Anything you wanted even once, you have to enjoy it. That is the law of life. You know, every happening now, you aspired for at one time. You craved for it at one time. This is the best news and greatest news. Any situation you are in, you are frustrated, look in and find out what must be the best thing in this situation for which I have aspired this situation in my past. Anything that is happening in our life, please understand that nobody is enforcing you to that situation, even if it is very strange, bad situation or good situation, strange, unexpected thing. Why this is happening to me? No, we aspired for it before. So, in that situation, understand, internalize what must be the best thing in this situation for which I have aspired for this situation in my past. Let me look from that context at this situation. You will see you are enjoying exactly what you wanted. understanding the original context for which you aspired for the present situation, and looking at the present situation from that very context and enjoying, celebrating it is completion. You feel karma is binding because your context has become matured, your aspirations have become matured. Even your karma is not a curse on you. No, even your frustration cannot frustrate you anymore if you understand the frustration is caused by your aspirations getting matured. There is something that you wanted that. Your aspiration only getting matured. If you understand this, we only wanted it at one point of time, any situation that is happening in our life. When we understand that, then it will not frustrate you. Then we know this signs, we know what to do next. Analyze your whole life with this one truth. No frustration can frustrate you anymore. Frustration frustrates you only if you are from the wrong context. When you aspired for the CEO chair, you must be having some context. When you want to become a CEO, you like that position, you like that paycheck, or you like the many people under you working, or some good name in the society. There are so many reasons that you wanted to become a company CEO. You aspired to become a company CEO. But when you sit in that chair, you forget the context and start aspiring for a politician's chair. Okay, you sat, you aspired for it, you got it. But now you aspiring for a politician chair. Again, when you sit in the politician chair, you forget the context, why you aspired for it, and aspire for Swami's seat. And that is why life continues to be frustrating. Nothing wrong in your aspirations getting matured. Something is seriously wrong if you forgetting the context of why you are having what you are having. Why do you want? What do you want? Whatever you want to aspire in your life, for what reason you are aspiring for it, you need to have that clear context. Karma guides you to live a blissful life. Why are we learning about karma? Karma guides you to live a blissful life. Cognize, are you celebrating your life happening as it is now? Can you answer? If are you celebrating your life happening as it is now? Then completion is celebrating your life happening as it is now from the context of why you aspired for it and your aspirations getting further matured. For example, a worker always aspires to be a businessman so that he feels that his life will be in his freedom. He can work whenever he wants and he can relax whenever he wants. So, with that context, he aspires to be a businessman. But the moment he sits as a businessman, he forget the context why he wanted to be a businessman, and his greed makes him forget he can take off. Off means holiday, and when he wants. He wouldn't take off holiday because forget why he wanted to become a businessman. Remembering the context why you wanted what you are having now leads to completion. In every situation, whenever you perceive life is denying you what you want, don't give up. Wait and look in. What is being denied? Look into your life perception. It will become fact. It will become truth. It will become reality. So, with this context, what is that you understood? Can you put it a one or two sentence why we are learning about karma? Whatever is your understanding, can you please put it in a sentence or two? Now, we'll be learning about the types of karma. Very interesting. Many things gets clarified with when we learn about the types of karma. So, what is your understanding so far? We need to understand why we are doing what we are doing. Okay, ma. Yeah, understanding the context. All right. So now, before we moving on to learning the types of karma, we're going to do the third eye power manifestation. We haven't done even once, right, today. So let's do one round of third eye power manifestation. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. And if you have any questions about why we are doing the power manifestation, anyone has any question on that? Why do we do the power manifestation? All of you, please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book to manifest the power of third eye. All right, so please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Tie your eyes with eye band. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. And that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of. Find out what is, I'm going to project an object, scan through your third eye and find out what is that picture. Projecting the picture now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes. Now, please remove your eye bands and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Anyone else? Jayanti Mom posted and Ma Veticho, Kalyan Sundari, Amit. All of you, please post whatever your third eye revealed. Lincoln. All right. So, okay, ma'am. This is what I projected. So, Jayanti, so it is basically, you mentioned it as Adinam, that's fine. So, yeah, it is this Dakshinamurti is in Adi Kailash. Dakshinamurti. All right. All right. So, let's learn now about the types of karma. cosmic mysteries decoded, physics, chemistry, and biology of karma. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's learn the physics, chemistry, and biology of karma. Layers of karma. We have 3 layers of karma. One is agamya or biology of karma. Second, prarabdha or physics of karma. Third, sanchita or chemistry of karma. So now actually the order should be first sanchita. Sanchita, the chemistry of karma is like a bank, a reserve bank. It's like all the karma that we incurred so far from this from how many ever lifetimes that we have been taking all that karma, the piles and piles of karma is sanchita karma. It's like a reserve bank. So much is there for all of us. So from that, the sanchita or chemistry of karma is one might have taken millions of bodies before. In those millions of bodies, whatever thoughts, whatever spoken, whatever actions done, all those unfulfilled experiences have become engrams. Engraved memories put together, they are called sanchita karma. All that we accumulated is sanchita karma, which is chemistry of karma. Now, the karmas acquired from the moment one started feeling he is an individual independent entity, the moment one start feeling he exists individually, from that moment till this moment, put together is called sanchita karma in a different understanding. Prarabdha. Next is prarabdha. Is sanchita karma understood, all of you? Can I have a thumbs up? Okay, Magen. Others? So now prarabdha karma. Prarabdha, the physics of karma, means from that big pile of karma, okay, there's a big pile of karma we have as a sanchita, reserve bank. From that we take some, the bank of karma we have. One takes some karma and creates his body out of it and decides to enjoy and extracts all the karmas through that body with when one takes birth. So prarabdha, the physics is that a small bit which one has brought into this lifetime. That huge sanchita karma, you take little and take this lifetime. What you take to exhaust, right? To enjoy, to exhaust, that karma is prarabdha. Is it clear? From the big pile of sanchita, you take some. Now, Agamya or biology of karma. The third one. Agamya karma, the biology, the karma which you start collecting after coming down to this planet. After you take this body, you have come to this body to expense out. To expense out. But here, Agamya karma, the karma which you start collecting after coming down to planet Earth. Because the fresh thoughts, words, and deeds of yours. How our physics, chemistry, and biology of karma are impacting you. Anybody who lands on planet Earth has to exert this prarabdha karma before he dies. Anybody who lands on this planet Earth has to exhaust his prarabdha karma before he dies. So how are these physics, chemistry, and biology of karma impacting you? Physics reveals an important sacred secret. Prarabdha is not a quantity. Take an example of a dam. There is a huge dam. Whether water is stored in the dam is whatever water is stored in the dam is sanchita. Prarabdha is not whatever water is getting released from the dam for irrigation. If you think of a river as the flow of life, the water released from storage to the life from the time being is prarabdha. If you think of a river as the flow of life, all the water stored is agamya. We may think the water released from the storage to the life from the being is prarabdha. The water release is not prarabdha. The shape of the gateway where the water is getting released is the prarabdha, which means karmas get activated only in favorable connection. Do we have to wait for the next birth if we feel strongly about something, but it is not our prarabdha? No, you can change your prarabdha through a simple, strong will called sankalpa. The strength of the sankalpa can cause a rebirth in you in this birth itself. Now, you can change your prarabdha through a simple, strong will or sankalpa. The strength of the sankalpa can cause a rebirth in you in this life itself. So, the next birth can happen now itself. When you stop blaming others, when you understand that you are responsible for everything, you will become more and more aware of every situation. Now, when you stop blaming others, when you understand that you are responsible for everything, you will become more and more aware of every action. you thought of yours. That awareness is enough. You will be at, you'll act intelligently. For example, looking to see how you have been giving silent permission for your misery. For example, frustrated, not clear planning, not communicating, being alone, avoiding feedback, confused. You can write the list. Karma is not just an effect of incompletion. Karma can be the cause of more and more incompletion. When the incompletion start, either you have to be moving towards completion or more and more incompletion, you can't just keep quiet. Be very clear. Nobody except you is responsible for what you feel, what you do. Nobody can make you suffer without your silent permission. Once you understand that whatever happens is from deep inside you, you will suddenly see things changing. Take full responsibility for yourself and see how you become integrated in whatever you do. So, let's do one exercise. When you stop blaming others, when you understand that you are responsible for everything, you will become more and more aware of every action, every thought of yours. That awareness is enough. You will act intelligently. Now, let's do this exercise. Look in to see how you have been giving silent permission for your misery. By example, frustrated, not clear planning, not communicating, being alone, avoiding feedback, confused. Look in to see how you have been giving silent permission for your misery. By example, frustrated, not clear planning, not communicating, being alone, avoiding feedback, confusing it, all that. Any reason it could be? Just few minutes, pen them down. Keep penning them down. Another 2 minutes, please complete it. All done. If you are done, please post it. You are done, so that we can move on. If you are done, please post it that you are done. So let's continue learning about the karma. So what are the three karmas? So Jayanti, what are the three types of karma or three levels of karma? Right? All right. And, also describe what are those. What is Sanchita? What is Prarabdha? And what is Agamya karma? Right? Couple of 1 or 2 sentences about each. Now, let's watch the more about karma. Calculate changes. Sanchita, Prarabdha, Agamya. Sanchita is accumulation of karmas from when? How? From the time when we see as our individual self separated from divine. Sanchita is an accumulation of karmas. Prarabdha is certain amount of karma. Not sure about Agamya. Agamya is, see, you have a pile of karma and you took some and come to this current life, right? And to expense out that what you got, okay? Some good things, some bad things. To expense out the karma, you got some and taken this lifetime. But while doing that, right, we deviate and do more karma. Whatever karma you incur in this present life is Agamya. So in this lifetime, what happens? Whatever you incur, that again added to the big pile, Sanchita. Is it clear? In the current lifetime, what you incur, that is Agamya. Current earning. Current earning is Agamya. Your right thing, your all that what current earning is Agamya. Which is added to the our big pile of Sanchita. Any other questions? Please do post. Now, we'll watch more on Swamiji's Suma wedding. So, you understand the three levels of karma or three types of karma and what exactly they are. What is Sanchita karma? There are three types, right? Sanchita karma, Prarabdha karma, and Agamya karma. So, now we're going to listen to Swamiji's words on karma. Then we will learn more on more sessions on karma. Let's listen.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam asmadacharya paryantam vande guru paramparam. I welcome every one of you, all the visitors, viewers, devotees, disciples, owners of Sarvanyapita, Samajis, Satsangis, members of Sangha, and everyone sitting with us all over the world. Through two-way video conferencing and through different TV channels, Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, Nakshatra TV. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's subject, karma. Please understand, this subject can be defined, interpreted, not just thousands or lakhs, millions of ways. It's literally infinite ways the subject can be defined. Of course, any sacred truth, any sacred secret can be defined in multiple ways. But usually, the way I define, the definition itself most provocative, provoking you towards activism, invoking completion in you. Most provoking activism, invoking completion. This is actually the definition of the way things should be defined. Definition of definition. How something should be defined. It should be provoking you towards the truth. It should be provoking you towards activism, towards truth. Understand, based on this definition of definitions, I'll define the word karma. Please listen. Listen carefully. Any thought current or thought pattern in which you are stuck is karma. Listen. The thought current or thought pattern, any thought current, any thought pattern in which you are stuck is karma. Stuck thought current, suffocating thought current, suffocating thought pattern, suffocating thought trend is karma. Apply this one line definition in any zone of your life or any dimension of your life. Health, Any idea you have, thought current you have, thought pattern you have, which is not bringing health in you, is karma. Wealth, any thought current, any thought pattern you have, which is not bringing wealth, what you want to cause as your reality in your life is karma. Anything which is not letting you cause your reality, the stuck thought current which is not causing your reality is karma. Understand? It can be in the field of your relationships, in the field of your wants, in the field of your needs, in the field of your contentment, in the field of your completion, whatever may be the field, in any field, the thought current in which you are stuck, thought pattern in which you are stuck is karma. Listen. It may be a beautiful, profound, logically convincing theory which you read in a great spiritual book or heard from a great spiritual teacher. Anything which is not liberating you, anything in which you are stuck is karma. Please understand. You might have heard those theory, those belief, those truth from whoever it may be. You might have heard. You might have been thinking. You might have been analyzing. You might have read. You might have been internalizing. Any thought current which is not letting you cause your reality is karma. There may be tons of books you would have read on medicine, but if you are not out of disease, the thought pattern, thought current you built with all your knowledge is only karma. There may be tons of life solutions for every situations you may know, like completion with yourself, completion with others, authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching, listening. There may be tons of concepts you heard to cause your reality, but if it has not started happening, it is only karma for you. Listen. It means still somewhere your logic is not opened up. Any thought current which makes you feel stuck, suffocating, caught is karma. You may know about completion, incompletion, authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, everything. You might have heard all those concepts, enjoyed them logically, but if you are still stuck with some thought pattern which again and again brings you back to the same state, if you have not caused your reality, be very clear, all these thought trends and thought currents and definitions, everything is just karma for you. All the concepts. So karma is not just one part of you. It is the whole net on which you are bound. Anything which raises you to the next level, which gives you the push, breakthrough, is freedom, is completion. Understand? If you have come expecting definitions about karma, whether it is Pitru-dosha, Naga-dosha, Sarpa-dosha, Snake-dosha, what is karma? You are wrong. Listen. Any thought current or pattern, thought pattern or lifestyle in which you are stuck, your reality is not caused, is karma. Any thought current, thought pattern which gives you a breakthrough, push to the next level of your reality, which is making you cause your reality, is liberation, is completion. Look in. If something logically suits you so much, you understand it so much, you just know the solution is around the corner. But again and again, you are back to square one, stuck. Means it may be a very good brain candy, but not completion. You are having only kakka biryani. I'll popularize this word. If you don't understand the word kakka biryani, means biryani of crow. Crow biryani. Understand? Don't be fooled. Don't be cheated. Just because it logically entertains you, convinces you, you cherish it, you enjoy it, you heard from a person whom you love, somebody charismatic, or read from a book, very trustworthy, highly sold, bestseller. Is bestseller. That doesn't mean best. Understand? Best selling is different from being best. I'm not saying these two does not meet each other. I'm only warning you, just because one, don't expect the other one also. Just because something is best selling, don't expect it is best. Listen. You might have read from a bestseller the thoughts, thought trend, and cherishing, highly entertaining. Please listen. Please listen. If that thought current is not giving you breakthrough, if it is not giving you constant breakthrough, it's only karma. Please understand, including my teachings. Only if it gives you breakthrough, it is completion. Decide to throw the net out completely, not part by part. Today morning, when you wake up, if you are feeling tired, bored, and having slight stomach pain, not only question your ideas about health, question the very idea about the world, life, God. If you have a tooth pain and you want to get rid of it, you are not able to, question the very idea of God, very idea of world, very idea of you have. Don't just question the toothpaste you are using. Don't just question the brand of the medicine you are applying on your teeth. Understand? A thought current which can solve your problems partly, thought current which can cause your reality partly, is also karma, good karma. That's all, but karma. The thought pattern which does not cause any of your reality is karma. The thought pattern which makes you more and more suffocating day by day is bad karma. The thought pattern which causes some part of your reality is good karma. The thought pattern, thought trend which causes all the things you want as reality is completion. Karma is the thought current in which you are stuck. Sometimes I see why there is so much of ferociousness inside me. Actually, I am never angry. Anger has disappeared from inside me 4 janmas before. For last 4 janmas, I have never been angry. I don't know what is anger, but there is intense ferociousness. I used to wonder why. It is just because people are trying to cut the small parts of the net which is tied around them and try to have liberation. It is like a net is tightly tied around you, multiple layers. You want to scratch your nose. You just only cut the area where your hand is and put your hand out and try to scratch your nose. You want to scratch your back, you just cut the net only where it is. You need to scratch and scratch the back. Only when I see the small, small patches of freedom, you call it as freedom, and when you are stuck with it, especially when you are satisfied with it, that's the time I see the intense ferociousness inside me. Kala Bhairava can never be satisfied with part-time freedom, part-time reality. Listen. If you are not able to cause even one reality you want, question the whole thought current you have. Question the whole series of thought current you have. Not one or two. Na iti, not this. Na iti, not this. Even if one thought current is discarded completely, you master the method of discarding thought currents. Discarding thought currents is completion. Not just discarding one thought or one thought pattern, discarding thought currents is completion. Understand? When you complete with your root pattern, the collective, your family's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your society's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, your country's root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, the global root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then collective, whole beings, not just human, all beings root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then the whole universal, the cosmic root pattern will stand in front of you. Complete that. Then you are Sadashiva. So every completion is not completing with one thought pattern, but completing with the whole thought current. With the whole thought current. If you have a slight tiredness, boredom, headache after you wake up, change everything. Not just your pillow or bed. Everything. I'm not talking only about the external, internal. Change everything. The way you think, the way you perceive about life, the way you perceive about death, the ideas you have about God, the ideas you have about the universe, the ideas you have about you. Say, na iti, not this, not this. The time period you are stuck with one thought pattern is a year, season in your life. The time you are stuck in what thought current is life in your life. A thought current, the time you spend with one thought current in your long life is one life. Means the time between one life and death. Understand? Your life or death, your lifespan is not defined based on the number of years you are in a body. It is based on the time you spend with one thought current. That is why whenever you complete certain thought current and enter into a new thought current, whenever you are initiated into a new thought current, Vedic tradition calls you newborn. I have few questions in front of me. What role does karma play in birth, life and death? I defined it. Just now I defined it clearly. The time you spend with a thought pattern is a season of your life. Paruva. Like how you use the word teenage period, adolescent, youth, man, all those words. The time you spend with one thought pattern is season in your life. The time you spend with one thought current is your life. Next question, what are different types of karma? Listen. The thought pattern which you don't enjoy, which you already feel it is outdated and which is constantly suffocating you, shrinking you, is sanjita karma. And the thought pattern in which you feel you are stuck, but you are able to cause few things as your reality in your life, that is agamya karma. But because you want to cause one or two things in your life as reality, the thought pattern you accept brings untold, unimagined, unexpected bondages, side effects, after effects in your life. That is called agamya. Listen. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the troubles, tortures, sufferings, pains, which will not be there in your life if he is not there. That is the definition of agamya karma. You try to cause your reality in one dimension of your life, and you accept certain thought current, thought pattern into your lifestyle, which causes multiple other suffocations and bondages. Unimagined, unexpected, untold, unbriefed. Understand? just because you want to own a home, sometimes you get stuck in the home for next 40 years paying your bank home loan. You want home. That's the reality you want to cause. But when you cause that reality, the thought current you accept and assume on you, the responsibility you bring upon you, can suffocate and bind you in unimagined, unexpected, untold, unseen, multiple ways. This is the example for agamya. Prarabdha means not ready to allow either the outdated, suffocating thought pattern or the thought pattern which causes your reality partially. Deciding boldly to go on renouncing any thought current, thought pattern, even if you suspect them that they are not going to cause your reality completely. If you go on discarding, the discarding will become a lifestyle. That discarding thought pattern, thought trend, thought current is prarabdha. Means only exhausting. No more accumulation. Waking up to the reality. Any thought current, any thought trend cannot cause all my realities as reality. Coming to that understanding and waking up to that reality is enlightenment. Not ready to be stuck in any thought current is the liberated thinking current. Not ready to revere, honor any thought current is liberated thinking current. Not ready to honor, revere any thought current is completion. Not ready to honor, accept, revere any thought current is perpetual completion. Not ready to accept any thought current as a lifestyle is perpetual completion. I have a next question. Can you please comment about the following statements? Are they myth or reality? First statement, karma means that the effect of our actions will come back to us in the future. Myth. Karma means the effect of your thought currents will come back to you in the future. Till you complete. That's the reality. karma means that the effect of our actions will come back to us in the future is a myth. There is no CCTV recording going on in the cosmos, where your actions will be bringing suffering to you in the future. No. But your thought currents will be bringing the results in the future. There is audio recording going on in the cosmos, not video recording. Video recording means your actions being captured. Audio recording means your thought currents being captured. Cosmos has only audio recording, no video recording. Understand, cosmos has no CCTV camera. It's only video muted camera, audio recording. A video recording getting punished is a cheap, childish. God is not interested in that game. God is not playing the game of the judge. And there is no such thing as you will be judged, weighed based on your actions. That is childish, too childish, immature. If God is supposed to do the job, you don't need God. You have enough men who can just analyze the CCTV footage of your life and pass the judgment, whatever is required. Understand, because your organ of seeing is impacting you so much, then the organ of listening, you think cosmos also judges based on the action. No. Only the thought current comes back as karma, not the action current. Next statement here. You can cancel out bad karma with good karma by doing good things. It's a myth. It's a myth. Please listen. You can cancel out any karma by cancelling that whole thought pattern, whole thought current. If you are not able to give up even one small parts of your thought current and cause even parts of your reality, that is called bad karma. If you are able to break and give up on parts of your thought current and make parts of your reality into reality, that can be called as good karma. If you are able to break the whole thought current and go beyond that thought trend, it is called completion. So, good karma does not cancel out bad karma. Cancelling out happens only when you break from the whole thought current. The next statement. Same action by different people will have different karmic effect. Yes, it's reality. Because the action is not responsible for the karma. It is the thought current behind the action is responsible for karma. Understand cosmos as continuous audio recording but not video recording. This statement, this truth will clear tons of your questions about karma. In video recording, visuals are always new. In audio recording, it is always a single flow. Please understand. If your mind is audio recorded, don't ever think it will be a long hours together material. No, it will not be more than 5 statements, 24 hours. The same 5 statements is getting repeated in the old stupid gramophone record in different ways of getting stuck. Just this one statement. I ate and like kaka biryani. I ate and like biryani. Maybe next time. I ate and like kaka biryani. Maybe the third time. I ate and like kaka biryani. I ate and like kaka biryani. That's all is your inner audio recording. Please understand. If you think, if your inside audio recording is done, you will have multiple things. You are wrong. You do not know you. The more restless you are, you think more thought currents you have. No. The more restless you are stuck in the same thought more number of times. Not more thought current. You are repeating the same more number of times. Not more number of thought currents. Listen. Listen to this understanding. You can be complete and be liberated today. Internalize this truth. It is fresh out of the box definition of karma directly from Sadashiva. Remember this one truth. Your life has no video recording. It only has audio recording. Your actions do not count. Your thought current counts. Your fight with your mother, or your fight with your mother-in-law, or your fight with your brother-in-law, or your fight with your daughter-in-law, or your fight with your son-in-law, or your fight with your granddaughter does not count. You fight that counts. Same action by different people will have different karmic effect. The statement is true. Next statement. Karma cannot be changed. You may be thinking, I'm going to say this statement is myth. I'm saying truth. Karma cannot be changed. It can only be discarded. It cannot be changed. It can only be discarded. Understand the thought current of fight, thought pattern of fight. If you pick up, you can never see peace. It cannot be changed. You cannot alter the effect, side effect, the associate thought currents, the friend, neighbor of this thought current. They come with Anga, Avarana, Parsha Devatas. If Mahadeva comes, Nandi will come. Devi will come. Ganesha will come. Kartikeya will come. With Ganesha his rat will come. With Kartikeya his peacock will come. With Devi his her lion will come. You can't change it. When you bring the thought current of fight, all the things associated will come, you can't change it. Effect, side effect, after effect, everything will come, you can't change it. You will attract the same type of people who are holding the same thought current in your life again and again and again. It cannot be changed. Karma cannot be changed. It can only be discarded. The good news I have for you is karma cannot be changed. The great news I have for you is karma can be discarded. The moment you discard one thought current, suddenly you will see not only you are entering into the next level of your existence, you will be seeing the people who will exist in the next level surround you suddenly. It is literally like Indian movies, how the moment you fall in love, the scene changes. The dry land around you becomes a green grass bed, and the electric pole around which you are standing and talking in your stupid cell phone becomes a great Devadaru tree, and the dog which is pissing around that electric pole becomes a cute pet Pomeranian, and you just run around the tree. Sometimes you even feel the chillness around the pole. Ice around the pole till police comes and picks you up. If you are just running around the electric pole, what else do you expect? Just like how in Indian movies, the moment you fall in love, your whole inside, outside changes. I tell you, exactly the same way. When you complete even with one thought current, the whole thing suddenly around you will change. It has to change. Only then you are completed. Your friends in reality and your friends list in Facebook. Your likes in reality and your likes in Facebook. You are right, wrong, good, bad, everything suddenly will change. You will have such big breathing space. You will have that breather. Suddenly the feeling suffocated, collapses, crashes. That becomes the music of your whole being. Whenever the becomes the music of your whole being, you are tasting completion. You are tasting completion. You are tasting completion. Next statement. I will not accumulate karma if I do nothing. Do I accumulate karma through action or do I burn karma through action? This statement, I will not accumulate karma if I do nothing, is a myth. Listen, because there is no such thing as doing nothing. You can't. You don't know that space. When you achieve that space, you will not be making this statement, if I do nothing. You will make the statement, if I be nothing. You can never be doing nothing if you are being something. Only if you are being nothing, you can be doing nothing. So there is no such thing as doing nothing. So the statement, I may not want to even say it is myth or reality, I will say it is wrong. The statement is wrong. If you make the statement, I will not accumulate karma if I be nothing, it is reality. If you make the statement, I will not accumulate karma if I do nothing, is mistake statement. If you make a statement, I will not accumulate karma if I am doing nothing, is a myth statement. Next line, do I accumulate karma through action or do I burn karma through action? Understand? If your context is moving towards completion, you burn karma through action. If your context is not towards completion, you accumulate karma through action. Whether you burn karma through action or accumulate karma through action is dependent on how you hold you, the context you set for you. Basically, if you believe cosmos has CCTV camera recording going on, you will be accumulating karma by action. Because that kind of a faith will lead to that kind of a thought current and action flow. But if you understand, it has no CCTV footage recording going on. It has only internal chip recording the audio. You will exhaust your karma through your action, because you know where you need to work is the thought current you are having, not the action trend you are doing. the struggle is not supposed to be done to wake up early morning 4:30. The struggle is supposed to be done to break the lazy thought current and boredom thought pattern. Unfortunately, when you believe the CCTV footage, all your struggle is aimed at waking up at morning 4 o'clock instead of breaking the thought current of boredom, thought current of tiredness, thought pattern of tiredness and boredom. Even for your whole life, if you wake up early morning 4:30, did not break your thought pattern, thought current of boredom and tiredness, you built a good habit, not liberation. Habit is a habit. All of you know, I may want to remind you once more. In habit, if you remove the T, if you remove the H, a bit will be there. If you remove A, bit will be there. If you remove B, it will be there. Only when you remove the I, the thought current, it will die. Even if you work whole day in Microsoft, did not complete with that thought current of feeling bored and tired, understand, you will just feel stuck and feel exploited, sucked and die by 45. After 45, if something is left in your body, that may be much worse than death. If you break the boredom and thought current and bring activism, you have experienced activism and go on working, you may be working till the last moment of this body's existence and still will not be tired, retired, bored. If you are bored, bore yourself and your thought current. If you are bored, bore the thought current of feeling bored. I have a next question. Now that I learnt about karma, what can I do? How to make this practical in my life? Understand? Today I have revealed some of the most important sacred secrets about karma, shaken many of your beliefs, more than answering many of your questioned many of your answers. Don't even bother. Don't even bother about the action plan, because I have given you thinking plan. Encourage this new thinking plan, that is the action plan. All action plan without encouraging new thinking plan will be failure. When you have a new thinking plan, action plan is not required. have this thinking plan. Have this thinking plan. People ask me, should I even try to change karma? Yes. Change your karma. But remember, karma means the thought current in which you are stuck. The thought current in which you are stuck is karma. Discard it. Change it completely. Karma is, listen. Listen. Please. Listen carefully. Listen very carefully. Karma is not like your Rudrakshamala. If it is broken, you can restring and wear, or you can replace the broken bead with a new bead. Karma is not your Rudrakshamala, it is your diaper. You have to change it completely. Karma is diaper. You have to change it completely. You can't change part of it. You can't wash and reuse. Karma is not your soap or your shampoo or your mala to repair, reuse, wash. No. It is your diaper. When it is smelling, you have to change it completely. Even wash the area it was touching. If you feel stuck, you have to change it completely. Even the hand with which you changed it need to be washed. Next question, how do I decide what to change and what not to change in my life? Listen. Change everything that can be changed. You can't change which you can't change. Leave it. Change everything that can be changed. The most important, the thought current, changing the thought current. Once you change that, everything which can be changed will be changed around you. Blessed are those who have nobody else in their life, who need to be changed when they change, or with whom they feel stuck when they change. Greater blessed of those with whom they share their life also change when they change. Blessed are those who don't have anybody in their life, who need to change when they change. Greater blessed are those who have people who change when you change. If you don't have anybody, you are not stuck with anybody, your change is your change. You don't need to wait for anybody else to change along with you. You are a sannyasi. If you have somebody in your life who changes when you change, you are a real grihastha. If you have somebody to hold you, even when you change, not ready to change, you are householder. Holder. Grihastha is not householder. Grihastha means moving, moving, moving.
Welcome everyone. So now let's move on to our next session about the karma. Agamya karma. We're going to learn about this now. Agamya or biology of karma. The agamya or biology of karma you carry, the inner space you carry, gives birth to your reality. Bio memory is the pattern of your decisions. Cause is bio memory. Effect is muscle memory. Agama karma are understood as biology of karma is the zone where your very core experience touches your body to operate. The thoughts, words, and deeds are source of your agamya or biology of karma. Your thoughts are so powerful and your mind is so powerful. It just it can just change the whole body. For example, just think of one thought that creates disturbance in you. Or just think of your enemy. Or just think of a person who took money from you and is not giving you back. Or a person who gave you money and is asking for it. Immediately, you will see the change happening in your system. The whole chemistry is changing. Your blood is boiling, BP is rising, heartbeat is rising, and the pulse rate is increasing. Just one thought can change your whole system. A single thought can change the whole chemistry. Clean the gathered agamya karma through the signs of unclutching. Unclutching will melt all the karmas, toxins, and your bio memory. You will have the most purest body and mind if you add unclutching as your fuel. So, what is unclutching? When we change gears while driving a car, whether we change from first to second or second to third or any gear for that matter, we have to pass through a neutral every time. We have to completely depress the clutch or unclutch, move through neutral, and only then we can go through the next gear, right? In the same way, we experience a neutral space between any two thoughts in our mind. That neutral space, that silence that exists between two thoughts is peace and bliss. How unclutching brings awareness. When you suddenly become aware, any thought that flows in front of you becomes your life for that moment. You start giving attention to it, either to fulfill it or to escape from it. Be very clear, every moment that passes in your life without you being aware of it, without your presence, is suffering. You will either directly or indirectly create situations for suffering. A small story. One man got into his car and started the engine. He flipped on the turn indicator and asked his son to see if the light blinked in the rear of the car. His son shouted back, "Yes, it's on." "No, it's not on." "Yes, it's on." "No, it's off." "No, it's on." So what you were never told, if just the thought flow in front of you, suddenly you will realize, oh God, all these things are actually going on in me. I don't have a clue where I'm heading. I don't know what is happening in me. You are not aware, but constantly you believe you are aware. This is the first illusion. If you become aware continuously, you open up to reality for the first time. So, what you were never told. So, if you just see the thought flow in front of you, suddenly you will realize, oh God, all these things are actually going on in me. I don't have a clue where I am heading. I don't know what's happening in me. You are not alone. You are not aware, but constantly you believe you are aware. That is the first illusion. If you become aware continuously, you open up to reality for the first time. So unclutching makes you more creative and productive. There is no linear connection between one thought and um, one one thought that we have and another thought that we have. The only relationship between the thoughts is that they come from the same source. But we constantly connect one thought and the next thought in a linear manner. Unclutching makes you more creative and productive. There is no linear connection between one thought that we have and another thought that we have. The only relationship between the thoughts is that they come from the same source. But we constantly connect one thought and the next thought in a linear manner. Just as bubbles in a fish tank raise from the bottom, our thoughts also raise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts, then the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are raising at a high speed, they look like a continuous stream. Actually, there is always a gap between two bubbles. There is no linear connection between one thought and the another thought that we have. The only relationship between the thoughts is that they come from the same source. But we constantly connect one thought and the next thought in a linear manner. So, what you were never told is just as bubbles in a fish tank raise from the bottom, our thoughts also raise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and then the third bubble starts because the bubbles are rising at a high speed. So, like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. Since the gap or the neutral space between the two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. Now, techniques to unclutch. Unclutching through the breathe technique. Between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath is a neutral space. Your identity exists in the incoming and the outgoing breath spaces. Constantly, you can connect and see you are connected, and when you are aware of your breath. But in the gap of the neutral space, your identity does not exist. Once you have experienced unclutching, you don't even need to practice any technique. Just remembering the unclutching experience is enough. You will again be in that same space. Once you have experienced unclutching, you don't even need to practice any technique. Just remembering the unclutching experience is enough. You will again be in that same space. Cognize, close your eyes, sit straight. For the first few moments, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Close your eyes, sit straight. And for the first few moments, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Do not bother about the outgoing breath or the neutral space. Just witness the incoming breath first. Be the witness of the incoming breath. Just witness the incoming breath only. Be aware of the incoming breath. Next few minutes, try to be aware only of the incoming breath. meaning. When your incoming breath turns into the outgoing breath, that is first space, and when your outgoing breath turns into the incoming breath, that is the second. Aware, witness, taste, and know. Now be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and touched. Whatever do not don't think that even that idea comes because connect thought. Everything is just completely independent. Be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and neutral space be unclutched. Nithyanandam, everyone. So please just take 2 minutes and share your experience of this meditation. Now we'll learn about karma and TPS. So we'll be learning about karma and TPS. So Jayanti says, when I inhale, the spine vibrated a bit. Wonderful, ma. That's nice. If you don't know your past completely, you will repeat the same things in the future. If your thoughts per second, TPS, can come down and you know your past as it happened, you won't repeat the same past in the future. You will then become a karma mukta, liberated from karma. As of now, you are a karma bandha, meaning bonded to karma because you have not lived your past completely. Anything you do completely, it drops you. For example, your childhood always seems golden. It is the golden past. You may feel your life in college was great, but when you were actually in college, you didn't really feel that way. Why? because your suffering has become much more now, and in comparison, the past seems very nice. Now, you attribute joy to your past, and if given a chance, you want to repeat it. When you lived through it, did you actually experience it? So you attribute your joy to your past, and if given a chance, you want to repeat it. When you lived through it, did you actually experience it? No. If you can relax in the present moment as zero TPS for at least 11 kshanas, you will penetrate the time shaft. All meditation techniques are always to bring down your TPS so that you can penetrate the time shaft. Kshana is a measure of time. It's not a second or a minute as they people believe. The gap between two thoughts is one kshana. We are used to thinking of time in an absolute sense, but a kshana is absolutely relative. The thoughts of every person and the rate at which they come in a person are independent on that person. If a person is restless and gets too many thoughts in a span of 1 second, his kshana is shorter because the gap between two thoughts is less. A right remembrance. If a person is calm and collected like a meditator is, he gets fewer thoughts in a given span of time. His kshana is longer because the gap between two thoughts is more. Your life is nothing but the totality of the conscious choices that you continuously make. Your life is nothing but the totality of the conscious choices that you continuously make. Whether you want it or not, directly or indirectly, you are choosing everything someone else does not choose. A small story. An employee approached his boss. Sir, my wife said I should ask you for a raise. The boss replied, oh, I will ask my wife tonight and whether or not I should give you a raise. You may think somebody else decides, but it is only you who is deciding. A small example can make you understand the basic truth. If somebody criticizes you, you choose to get offended. If somebody praises you, you choose to get flattered. Because of your habit, you may choose it unconsciously. It is not someone else who chooses, it is you who choose. Because it has become your habit to think that someone else influences your decisions, you have forgotten that you are choosing. Every time someone criticizes you, you choose to get upset. Every time someone praises you, you choose to get flattered. It is nobody else's choice but your own. You can decide either way. When someone else criticizes you, you can choose not to get offended and you can choose to remain calm and relaxed. It is you, it is just your choice to feel offended or not. All your continuous choices every minute put together decide your life. And you allow incidences to decide your life, you go into a mode of paralysis. Our lives, as of now, are nothing but paralysis. It is only you decide to live your life without any outside events, situations, or decisions being forced on you. You actually decide to live. As long as you don't understand life is your choice, your living is just a paralysis. We made thousands of decisions in a day, whether it is thinking or talking on or cooking. We do for the sake of doing. When you eat, are you completely involved in the eating? While eating, you plan for the next vacation or think about how to get a raise at work. The food is going inside the body, but you are not tasting it and enjoying it fully. If you eat with awareness, automatically you will know the right type and amount of food you eat, you ought to continue or consume. Whether you believe it or not, directly or indirectly, you are choosing everything in your life. Please understand, everything is your choice. No one else chooses for you in your life. It is you who makes the choice continuously. It is only your choice, your decision. You may think that somebody else decides your life. Not, it is only you who is deciding all the time. Somebody criticizes or insults you and you choose to get offended. If somebody praises you, you choose to get flattered. Because of your habit, you choose this response unconsciously. Does someone else choose this for you. It is purely your choice. Because it has become a habit, you have forgotten that you are choosing. Because of your choice, you choose this response unconsciously. Does someone else choose this for you? No, it is purely your choice. Because it has become a habit, you have forgotten that you are choosing. It is you who choose how to respond, what decisions to make, but you try to fool yourself and others into believing it is someone else who is responsible, who is making you do things their way. Understand, you can decide to respond differently. For example, when someone criticizes you, you can choose not to get offended. You can choose to remain calm, relaxed, collected. It is your choice to feel offended. Are you all with me? Any questions so far? Please do let me know. Understand, you can decide to respond differently. For example, when someone criticizes you, you can choose not to get offended. You can choose to remain calm, relaxed, and collected. It is your choice to feel offended. We are blissfully unaware that we are the one who caused the effects. We made it happen by way of unconscious living, and ended up in collecting more karma. You have any questions? Please post it in the chat on this topic that we are discussing now. Now we're going to please post whatever you are understanding from this session. Also, open your Living Enlightenment book and post your powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. We're going to do the power manifestation at immediately. So please post whatever is your understanding from this session now, and also post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Cause, causeless, overflowing love is always total in its expression. Yes, beautiful. Now please straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. We're going to do the third eye power manifestation. So please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. To live in a sacred space is to live your best life and do your utmost service to society. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. I'm going to project the picture now and scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, go ahead and post whatever your 3D reveal in the chat. Let me project what I have projected. Anyone else? This is what I projected. All right. So now we're going to move on to our next session. Nithyananda is going to conduct this. Thank you, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much. Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start the session with the Guru Vandanam. So please sit straight, close your eyes. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Great. So let us start our next session. Hope everyone is having a wonderful time. So we have a beautiful session coming up, how Guru's grace can burn all the Sanchita karma. So till now you learnt about what are the 3 different types of karmas. Anybody has any questions regarding it? Let me see who all are here. Ma Jayanti Nithyanandam, Amit Nithyanandam, Yuvati, Ma Kalyana Sundari, Ma Diana. So it will be nice if everybody can turn their cameras on. So let's go to Nithyanandam Ma Jayanti. So this is a very powerful session because see, we have learned about 3 different karmas. Now, how just by Guru's grace, the powerful grace of the Guru can burn the Sanchita karma. Okay, let's start. The truths about karma. The law of nature drives us to fulfill our unfulfilled desires. Our past conditioning invokes these desires. You can refuse to bow down to your mind and refuse to accept these samskaras that control you. All meditation techniques brings you into the space of completion, being in the present moment. See, the law of nature is it will always try to fulfill our unfulfilled desires. And we are caught up in this samskaras. Now, we have the power to refuse to bow down to the mind and refuse to accept these samskaras that control us. And all the meditation techniques, they bring you into the space of completion, that is being in the present moment. Now, truth about karma. What happens when we are in the present moment? When you are in the present moment, you renounce attachment to fantasies about the future. You detach yourself from the results of your action. This alone leads you into liberation from the bondage of samskara. So, two important things. When we are in the present moment, we renounce the attachment to fantasy. There will be no fantasy about the future, as well as there will be no attachment towards the results of the action. We are not bound to do any action based calculating the results. So what happens when we are in the present moment? These two things alone can lead us into liberation from the bondage of samskara. Now, but when you acquire agamya karma, the total sanchita karma gets corrupted and generates the cycle of life and birth. This is how this is how the wheel of karma starts. Now, what happens? See, we have a sanchita karma. It's like a balance. When we took, we took this birth, making the intention that in this birth we are going to dissolve to reduce this balance of sanchita karma at zero. Now, when this birth we take, we acquire agamya karma by looking at other people because of the greed. If we have the greed of getting something, right? See, for example, if you are driving a car and you saw your neighbor driving a much better car than you, and you have out of greed, you also want to have that car. So this is unnecessary agamya karma you have acquired. So that is what but when you acquire agamya karma, the total sanchita karma gets corrupted. And now we get into this cycle, this of birth and death, and this is how the wheel of karma starts. Now, somewhere this karma chakra needs to be broken, and you need to be given a new energy, inspiration, understanding, and possibility. Now, if we are always bound in this karma chakra, somewhere it has to be broken. Otherwise, the cycle of life and birth will continue. And you need to be given a new energy, inspiration, understanding, and possibility. That is when, right? That is when the divine intervention to burn karma accumulated over many births. That is when the avatar descends in our life out of his utmost compassion and love for us to burn the karmas accumulated over many births. The word avatar is from the Sanskrit word avatarati, means one who has descended. In this case, the word specifically refers to the one who has descended from the very fabric of the cosmos, the universal consciousness. Now, Srimad Bhagavatam, the great Vedic scripture that precisely records and reveals the happening of various avatars of the past, present, and future, describes the avatar in its complete form. In chapter number 5, the Bhagavatam, the great Vedic scripture, it describes and reveals the happenings of various avatars. The Brahma Sutras, the authority on Vedanta, reveal that the avatar does everything appearing like a worldly man simply as a divine play, a cosmic sport. So, the avatar, in Brahma Sutra, the authority on Vedanta, they reveal that the avatar will do everything which will appear like a worldly man. Okay, how a worldly man will do, avatar will appear to do like that, but that for an avatar, it's a divine play. It's a cosmic sport. Is everybody understanding? If you have any questions, please put it in the Zoom chat and I will be more than happy to answer. Now, an incarnation is someone who comes down to tell his fellow men about the blissful place that he experienced. So, who is how Bhagwan, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we are blessed beings to have him in our life, who is the living incarnation of Paramashiva. Now, who is an incarnation? An incarnation is someone who comes down to tell his fellow men about the blissful space that he experienced. Incarnations, as such, have no karma. They have nothing to achieve and they have nothing to gain. Then the question people ask is, if avatars don't have anything to enjoy, then why should they be in the body? The Guru Srotram, verse number 9, answers this. अनेक जन्म संप्राप्तं कर्म बंध विदाहिने आत्मज्ञानतायेन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. Salutations to the Guru who burns away the fuel of karma accumulated over many births. So in Guru Sotram, they answers that the Guru burns the fuel of karma which we have accumulated over many births, breaking this cycle of the life and birth itself. Worshipping Guru burns all the karmas with which you have happened and changes the flow of your life from suffering to creating your reality. He liberates you from the cycle of birth and death. There is a beautiful story. There was a beautiful garden with many trees and varieties of flowers and fruits. Three friends were walking near this garden that had a big wall around it. One of them climbed the wall and peeped inside. He cried out, "Oh, such a beautiful garden!" He jumped into the garden and started enjoying the fruits. The second man climbed the wall and saw the garden. He too felt it was beautiful, but he had a little bit of courtesy. He turned and said to the third man who was below, "Dear friend, there is a beautiful garden below. Come, I am going in." Saying this, he jumped over and started enjoying the fruits. The third man climbed the wall and saw the garden. He saw his two friends and understood the level of joy and bliss that they were enjoying. Then he said to himself, "Let me go down and tell all the people about this beautiful paradise. I will bring them all to enjoy this garden." So, you understand from the story that incarnations, they come down only for the love of humanity. So all of us can enjoy that blissful, beautiful place and space. Incarnations come down only for the love of humanity. Incarnations take a human body just to liberate more beings from the cycle of life and death, from the grip of karma. They have no such karma, but they assume they take a human body just to liberate more beings from the cycle of life and death, from the grip of karma. Why avatars happen? If you dance and sing the great name of Arunachala and worship him, all the incompletions and your in your inner space will disappear, run away. So Arunachala is the if you go to Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of Bhagwan, the Nithyananda, where recently you must have heard that how we got the birth, the very house in which Bhagwan was born, the Nithyananda Janma Bhumi, which is in Tiruvannamalai. There is a mountain called Arunachala. It's not just a mountain. Arunachala is Paramashiva himself in Achalamurti. So if you dance and sing the great name of Arunachala and worship him, all the incompletions and karma in your inner space will disappear and run away. And Bhagavan is Arunachala in Sachalamurti. Avatars intervene in your life as Guru to erase your karma. The reason for your problems is confusion. What does confusion means? Half an hour before, you took one decision, and half an hour after, you changed the decision. So, this change of decision, like you switched on the fan and switched off the fan, that is confusion. Avatars intervene in your life as Guru to erase your karma. The divine avatar intervenes in your life in the form of Guru. He assumes the form of the Guru just to liberate people from the karma chakra, give inspiration, joy, bliss, and cause miracles and enlightenment itself. So, out of his utmost compassion and love for humanity, the divine avatar intervenes in our life in the form of Guru. So, Guru happening in our life is the ultimate and the biggest blessings of lifetimes. He just assumes the form to liberate us from the karma chakra. Who is Guru? The Sri Guru Gita explains Gud Vidya Jagan Maya Dehe cha Jnana Sambhava Uddeha Swaprakashen Guru Shabden Kathyate. By whose grace one attains the direct experiential knowledge and sacred cognition of the self. He is known by the name Guru. Like how, when the sun rises, the darkness disappears on its own. In the presence of the Guru, the karma gets burned. See, when the sun rises, we don't have to do anything. The darkness, the dark night, right? In the night, there is so much darkness. But when the sun rises, we don't have to make any effort. The darkness disappears on its own. Similarly, in the presence of the Guru, the karma gets burned. Any karma can be burned through remembering the clicks and living life according to understanding through the clicks. So, any karma can be burned through remembering the powerful clicks that you are getting and living life according to the understanding through the clicks. That is why, if you see, by the grace and compassion of the Bhagavan, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, this Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, a series of programs are offered completely free of charge. So, constantly we are remembering the powerful cognition and powerful clicks, and we are able to live life according through the powerful clicks and the powerful cognitions which is given by Bhagavan. So, all the karmas can be burned. Whenever the prarabdha lose its influence over you, you stop collecting agamya. So prarabdha is the sum total of all the karmas is the prarabdha. Now, whatever karmas you decide to burn in this particular birth, that is the sanchita, and then whatever you acquire is the agamya. Whenever the prarabdha loses its no see no sorry, so the sum total is the sanchita. Whatever you decide to burn in this birth, that is the prarabdha, and whatever you acquire in this birth is the agamya karma. Whenever the prarabdha loses its influence over you, you stop collecting agamya. With just the help of Guru's initiation, you can reduce the prarabdha's influence over you and move towards your inherent state of joy. You can reclaim your pure and unwavering inner space. You can also stop collecting agamya karma. So, Guru's initiation, which we are blessed to get it every day during the live darshan by Bhagwan, you can reduce the prarabdha's influence over you and move towards your inherent state of joy. Also, you can stop collecting the agamya karma. New karmas we stop collecting. Now, what does the initiation means? The power of Guru's initiation. Initiation means the ideas or knowledge or the clicks that brings you out of depressive thoughts, that brings you out of the influence of your prarabdha. Power of Guru's initiation. Tantra Loka Viveka. It is a sacred text from Kashmir Shaivism, defines initiation, Diksha, which is called as Diksha. That action which bestows enlightenment destroys the three impurities, bondages of the self, Anava Mala, Karma Mala, and Mayika Mala. Anva Mala means feeling belittled, Karma Mala means karmic baggage, Maika Mala means the forgetfulness of the original state. So all these three types of impurities which binds us, that that get removed by the power of Guru's initiation, where this is called as Diksha, which bestows liberation. Guru's grace burns Sanchita karma, the sum total of all the karmas. You can't do anything directly with your Sanchita karma bank. For Sanchita to burn out, only Guru Kripa, grace of the Guru, will work. Only the Guru's grace can do anything to burn out your Sanchita. For example, if your child sits and tries very hard to build a small house, what will you do? You will say, all right, Do not bother. I will build it and give it to you. In the same way, when a guru sees the disciple sincerely working to remove his own prarabdha and agamya, the guru's grace simply happens and removes the total sanchita also, which is our total karma bank. How beautiful, and what grace and compassion of the Guru. Guru's grace burns sanchita karma. Anything can be so listen to this. This is very powerful. Anything can be missed for the sake of Guru. You will have Guru and what you missed for the sake of Guru. But Guru should not be missed for anything, because you will neither have Guru nor what for you missed the Guru. So please remember that anything can be missed for the sake of Guru, but never miss Guru for anything. Because if we miss Guru, who is the biggest blessing of lifetimes, you will neither have Guru nor what you missed for the Guru. But if you miss whatever you think you are missing for the Guru, you will have Guru and what you missed for the sake of Guru. You do yoga, you work out, you run, you do all the things required, and then health comes. Is karma bringing results? But suddenly, Guru puts his hand on your head and health happens. Is consciousness interfering and creating a result which is independent of your nature, space, action, and responsibility? That is what is initiation. Hope everybody is understanding it. See, you do yoga, workout, run, do all the things required, and then the health happens. That is karma, which is bringing results. But suddenly, Guru puts his hand on your head and health happens. Is consciousness interfering and creating a result which is not dependent on our nature, space, action, and responsibility? That is initiation. In every being, only if an intervention of the consciousness happens, the ball starts rolling in a new direction and the progress towards the enlightenment will start happening. You can never ever reach the ultimate just flowing through the law of karma. When will you reach? See, it's like with a bullock cart you are trying to reach. You cannot reach. Only if an incarnation of the consciousness, in only if an intervention of an incarnation, who is that super consciousness happens, the ball starts rolling in a new direction and the progress towards the enlightenment will start happening. Karma is simply the effects of thoughts, words, and deeds that stem from deep ignorance and cause you to again and again tread familiar patterns of misery. The way to break this cycle is to tune into the clicks received and live in an elevated zone of consciousness. When you don't understand this basic science, you start misinterpreting the whole thing. So, this was how this session beautifully teaches us how Guru's grace can burn the sum total of all the karmas and move fast forward us to our journey to experience enlightenment. Any questions so far? Anybody has any question before we move on to the next session? Ma Diana, Ma Jayanti, Ma Kalyana Sundari, Ma Susan, Ma Yevati, Amit, any questions? Okay. Keep writing your powerful clicks from the session. So, from every session, just note down your powerful clicks so that you are constantly reminded, oh, from this session, this was my powerful click. From this session, this was my powerful click. So, keep writing your powerful clicks from each session. You can have a book of hearts, and in that you can put a date and your powerful clicks, and you can even share it in the social media platforms and share it with your friends and family. what are the powerful clicks from day 12 of Paramashivoham Level 1. Because when we share the powerful clicks and the powerful cognitions that we have, those clicks, those powerful cognitions becomes the our part of very bio memory, and we automatically will start living it. You can see it for yourself. Take one powerful click and share it with 21 people. You will see how that powerful cognition, that powerful click becomes a part of your very bio memory, and you automatically will start living it. You don't have to remember it again and again. Okay, so if no other question, then we will move on to the next session. And that is another beautiful session on technology of surrender. How to surrender to the Guru. Cosmic Mysteries Decoded, the technology of surrender. Let's see what Bhagwan is sharing with us in this beautiful session of surrender. Security measures and cautions, everybody is already aware about. Now, how to stop incurring karma? The idea that you have of yourself has no base, whatever you may think of as you. See, no matter whatever we think of ourselves, the idea that we have of ourselves has no base at all. You are not who you think you are. It is well known to science that of the trillions of cells in our body mind system, millions of cells die each day and millions of cells are reborn. After a few years, there isn't a single cell in our body which existed 2 years earlier. Every single entity in the body is new. This means that there is really no constant I as we imagine. Yet we carry that label so proudly. See, oh, everyone has certain label attached to themselves. Oh, I am so and so. I am so and so. They are. We are so tied to our identity. All the so-called labels that we carry. But if you see, according to science, that trillions of cells in our body mind system, out of the trillions of cells that we have, millions of cells die each day and millions of cells are reborn. And after few years, there isn't a single cell in the body which has existed 2 years earlier. That means, what does it mean? That every single entity in the body is new. Then what does it imply? That means there is really no constant I as we imagine. Then why we are constantly remembering that identity is because all we are is a bunch of memories, root patterns which are collectively known as samskaras. Our root patterns define us. Our root patterns rule us and make decisions for us. This is what this I is all about. You can happily continue your normal life but drop your attachments, fantasies, speculations, greed, and fear about the past or the future. So you need not renounce what you already have. All you need to do to achieve the space of completion is to renounce what you do not have. This is very important to understand. We need not renounce what you already have, just renounce what you do not have. Drop the attachments, fantasies, speculations, greed, and fear about the past or the future. When we complete with our root thought patterns and give up our possessions and attachment to possessions, we feel liberation. Bhagwan Krishna says that one who is not concerned about the fruits of his action has truly renounced. Attachment to action and to the results of action creates more desires. See, this is very important to understand, and this is very important to practice in our day to day life. That Bhagavan Krishna says that one who is not concerned about the fruits of his action has truly renounced. Just doing intense action but not attaching ourselves to the results of the action, to the fruits of the action. Attachment to action and to the results of action creates more desires. Even when an action has been completed and the expected result achieved, as long as one is attached to that action and its result, some other desire will crop up. So we are always caught up in this karma chakra. We will always be caught up in this. How to stop incurring karma? Now, even when one desire is fulfilled, another unfulfilled desire will rise. And there is a constant, consistent sequence of incompletions. This is what is karma. So, we unnecessarily get caught up in this karma chakra. If we keep attaching ourselves to the results and fruits of our action, karma is nothing but unfulfilled, incomplete desires. As long as we have attachment to the action as doer, which in turn creates an expectation of reward or punishment, we are caught in the cycle of karma and samsara. See, as long as we are attached to the result of the action or expecting some praise or a punishment, right? That means we are identifying ourselves as the doer. I am doing it. I am doing it. We are constantly keeping that false identity alive. And we are getting caught in the cycle of karma and samsara. Now, what is technology of surrender? Bhagwan Krishna lists 5 factors from Sankhya philosophy responsible for our activities. And these are the body mind system, the operator of the body mind system, that is the individual, the 5 senses that we have, different efforts causing the activities, and finally the ultimate power of the divine. All activities, right or wrong, good or bad, are caused by these 5 factors. If, however, the individual considers himself to be the doer, his body and mind, he is not aware. Bhagavan Krishna concludes that while philosophical discussion mentions 5 players in all activities, the ultimate controller is the divine. We are immersed in our body mind spirit system and caught in our sensory perceptions and believe that we are the power behind that we do. Whatever you may understand as yourself. See, somebody might think very highly of themselves, somebody might think very low about themselves. It can be anything. Your body, mind, spirit system is totality of many things. Any individually, each is responsible of something. In spite of this, you think that you are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. Bhagavan Krishna gives the technology for the deeper levels of surrender. Now let us understand what are the 3 levels of surrender. The first is intellectual surrender. This means you accept that the Guru's intellect is sharper than your intellect. His intellect is of higher order than yours. This is called as intellectual surrender. Next is emotional surrender. This is trusting that the Guru's guidance on the emotional plane is more intelligent than your emotions. That is emotional surrender. The third is surrendering the senses, your cognition or the root of cognition itself. Deeper level of surrender. This is the surrender of the senses. It is not just limited to the intellectual level, it is not just limited to the emotional level. It is a deeper level of surrender, which is surrendering. This is the level of the senses. The surrender of the senses means that your senses listen to what Guru is saying. You are not dependent on your senses to create cognition and beliefs inside you, but you will listen to what the Guru says. Like you will listen to the Guru Vak. So listen to this. Once a disciple asked his Guru, "What should I surrender?" The Guru asked, "How do you know whatever you think you know about yourself?" The disciple replied, "I know about myself through my senses." Guru asked, "Who do you think you are according to your senses?" The disciple said, "As far as I know, I am the body and the mind." The Guru said, "Only when you surrender your senses will you realize the truth of what I am saying. The moment you trust me more than your senses, you experience that you are divine. You then understand the meaning of Tattvam Asi, literally meaning you are that, which means you are divine." And Bhagwan has beautifully said that he has descended not to tell that he is Paramashiva, but to tell each and every one of us that we are Paramashiva. Yes, ma. So, ma Diana, that is why it is very important. If we never meet the Guru, we don't know what we are doing at all. Yes, ma. That is why, because we are a slave of our senses. Whatever based on the past conditionings and our incompletions, we are making cognitions in our life. And we continue to live our life based on those incompletions and patterns. That is why, when in our life the divine intervention happens in the form of Guru, that is when we really start living life. So, each and every one of you sitting in the session today, we are really, really blessed beings that we have Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam as Guru in our life, who is telling us at each and every step what is the right thing to do to experience liberation from the cycle of life and death, to experience liberation from this karma chakra. If we are controlled by our intellect, if we are controlled by our emotions, if we are controlled by our senses, then let us be very clear, we are just creating this karma chakra and we are bounded by this karma chakra. Okay. Then most of the world is out of touch. That is why, ma, we need to, yes, that is why only the blessed beings, whoever is connected, who has the divine intervention of the super consciousness in our life in the form of Guru, we are blessed beings. And let us share with the world that they also connect with the Guru and get liberation from the cycle of karma chakra. Okay. See, until and unless the Guru happens in our life, here the disciple says, "I know myself through my senses." Then Guru asked, "What do you think you are according to your senses?" Then the disciple said, "As far as I know, I am the body and mind." So, until and unless Guru happens in our life, we are just living our life based on senses and limiting ourselves to thinking that we are just body and the mind. Only when we surrender our senses, we will realize the ultimate truth. What is that? The moment you trust what Guru is saying, the moment you trust me more than your senses, you experience that you are divine. That means you are Paramashiva, you are divine. The Guru again and again tries to show that you are divine. Thank you, my Diana, for asking those questions. Hope that clarifies your answer and that gives clarity to other folks, other people as well. And if anybody else has any question, please message in the chat. Thank you, ma. The Guru stands for the idea that you are the infinite. He shows you various dimensions of your inner self that you have not explored or experienced. He shows you so many dimensions of your being. See, before Guru happens in your life, you will be limiting yourself to thinking you are body and mind, and you might be excelling in only one dimension. But when Guru happens in our life and make us experience that we are not limited just to this body and mind. We are consciousness ourselves, that you are infinite. He shows you various dimensions of your inner self that you have not explored or experienced. He shows you so many dimensions of your being. The Guru stands for your multi-dimensional being. He tries to show you that it is possible. He, he comes in our life to show that there is nothing called as impossible. Impossible is I am possible. He shows that if it is possible for him, it is possible for you also. But as long as you believe your senses, you think that you are body and mind. When you trust the Guru more than your senses, you understand that the Guru's words are the truth and not your senses. So when Guru is telling us to do something, do not logically, with your intellect, with your emotion, with your senses, try to analyze it. Just trust the Guru more than your senses, and you and I will experience that Guru's words are the truth. They will make us experience the ultimate truth, not the senses. Two voices are speaking from two different levels. On the one hand, your senses tell you that you are the body and the mind. On the other hand, gurus tell you that no, you are not just limited to body and mind. You are divine. You are divine and you have many dimensions to your being. See, that is why if you see, we have third eye power manifestation sessions after every session. So, more and more we manifest the third eye powers, more and more we realize that we are not just body and mind, we are pure consciousness. Hope nobody is missing the power manifestation sessions. Please diligently attend the power manifestation sessions also and manifest the powers of the third eye. On the other hand, the Guru tells you that you are divine. You are divine and have many dimensions to your being. In the inner world, the first and last tool you need is complete surrender. You can experience Krishna consciousness not just by surrendering the intellect and emotions, but also by surrendering the root of the intellect and emotion, that is the senses. A beautiful verse in Tamil says, when you give your eye and mind to existence, Parashakti or existence gives her eye and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge and become one. You become one with the existence. Manik Vasagar, the great enlightened Guru, sings a beautiful Tamil song to Shankara, to Lord Shiva. He says, I gave myself to you and received you in return. Who benefited most from this bargain? who is more intelligent, O Shankara? See, what a beautiful bargain that I gave myself that limited identity, the limited self, the limited knowledge of self which I carried. I gave myself to you. And what I am receiving in return? You, you only, right? The Paramashiva, we are receiving in return. I'm becoming that divine, Parashakti, becoming one with the existence. Then who is more intelligent, O Shankara? Okay, let me see. There are many gurus. Are you speaking of just this guru? How do people know who's the real guru? So, Ma, all the session, this time, the sessions I'm speaking about, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the presence of whom I am speaking about. In your being level, you will know who is your guru, in the presence of whom you experience the liberation, you experience the miracles and enlightenment, you experience, right? You experience that liberation from the bondages of the karmas, the incompletions. That is, I'm speaking about the Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. So since I am sharing about the teachings, all the session, which whatever I am sharing in the session right now is from the teachings by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. So when I am sharing it with my friends and family, then I share about the teachings, the learning from the teachings, the powerful cognitions I have experienced from the session, the liberation from the incompletions I have experienced in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. I will speak only from my experiences from my Guru, who is Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, if you are doing the same, yes, please only talk about the teachings you have received from these powerful sessions, the blessings you have received from the initiations and darshans, and what are your personal experiences. Oh, super, Ma. Thank you, Ma Diana. And I really like that you are asking the questions, Ma. In surrender, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Surrendering does not mean giving up everything. It does not mean giving up your property. Keep everything. However, take care of that. You do not internalize them. Do not judge yourself based on your properties. So, what Bhagwan is sharing, that do not judge yourself from your so-called possessions. Oh, I have this property, I have this car, I am a doctor, I am an engineer, I am a CEO, I am this, I am that. Do not judge yourself based on your properties, because then we are limiting ourselves to this body mind system. Here, when we surrender all these limited cognitions about ourselves to the Guru, he liberates us from these limiting cognitions, which keeps us in the cycle of birth and death. He liberates us from this karma chakra and make us realize that we are divine ourselves. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are greater than all these things put together. As long as you judge yourself based on these things, people how they carry this ego. Oh, I am this, I am that, I am friends with so and so, I have so many friends, and my friends are so and so. He is saying you do not judge yourself based on that. You are greater than all of these things put together. As long as you judge yourself based on these things, you internalize these into your being. These becomes the central point in your life, and they push and pull you in all directions. Understand that you are something beyond these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you will not allow yourself to be put into any frame based on your bank balance, based on your relationships, based on your attitude or your name and fame. These things cannot be used to judge you. Internalize within yourself, be aware and be complete that you are something greater than anything you can possibly possess. It can be anything under the sun, anything you can imagine to possibly possess. Just be aware that you, all of those things put together, also do not judge yourself, because you are something greater than anything you can possibly possess. Okay, so let us internalize this for a few minutes. Just write it down. What is your understanding from this session of technology of surrender? Are you judging yourself based on your possessions? Whether it's based on the body. See, some people judge themselves, oh, my body is like this. See how beautiful my body is. Some people will undermine themselves. Some people will think high of themselves based on their body, based on their intellect, based on their emotions, based on their bank balance, based on their relationships, based on their friends, based on their name and fame. Here, Bhagwan is sharing, do not judge yourself based on any of these possessions, because you are all these put together. You are not that. We are something greater than all of this put together. We are divine ourselves. So, only when we bring that awareness and stop judging ourselves and surrender all this limiting cognitions at the feet of Bhagwan, we are ready to experience the divine. That is why power manifestation that we are doing in each and every session also is very important, to make us constantly realize that we are pure consciousness, and how blessed we are to have the very living incarnation of Paramashiva, Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in our life as Guru, who is here to liberate us from the accumulated karmas of many, many, many births, to liberate us from all the limiting cognitions, incompletions, and patterns that we carry. Any questions anybody else has? Ma Susan, Ma Diana is already asking. Great. Ma Jayanti, was everything good? Any questions you have? Ma Kalyana Sundari, Amit, Yevati, any other questions anybody has? What was your powerful cognition from the 2 sessions we went through? Okay. Okay, Jayanti is saying yes, good ma. Okay, wonderful. And see, we are blessed that we have darshan of Swamiji every day, where he comes, because just by in the presence of the Guru, all this, all the so-called incompletions, limiting cognitions that we carry can just be disappeared by his powerful initiation, by the powerful diksha. Like how when the sun rises, the darkness disappears. The presence of the Guru disappears the darkness, the ignorance of that we carry. So do write. See, take your book of hearts and do write the powerful cognition, the powerful click that you got from the 2 sessions we just went through. Just write it down. See, that is the best way. What I do is to remember all these powerful cognitions, I just enrich people, to share it with people in social media platforms, enrich my friends, my family, the Sangha. So constantly when I'm sharing these powerful cognition, these powerful clicks from the teachings of the Bhagwan, these cognitions become part of the very bio memory, then automatically we start living it. Then you don't have to remember. You don't have to open your book of hearts every time to remember it. You will see you automatically start living it. So share it, enrich more people. Okay. Any other questions, anybody? Or anything you want to share? Just take 2 minutes and let us internalize. What is the I that you carry? How do we falsely identify ourselves based on the possessions? Just take 2 minutes to write it. And now we will be moving on to the next session of power manifestation. So before we go to the next session, just take few minutes to write your powerful clicks from the session and how with any possessions you are identifying yourself. Any question anybody has before we start the next session? All of you have the Atmalinga? Okay. Ma Jayanti is sharing a powerful cognition. If I am aware that I can be active and alive the whole day, I can be in a powerful space. Great, Ma. See, this also, Ma, we have, because of the societal conditioning, we have got conditioned into thinking that only 8 hours of work can be done, right? I can be active and alive. I can be active and doing the work only for 8 hours or only for 10 hours. It is because the mind is conditioned like that, the body starts behaving in like that. When we start identifying ourselves not as body and mind but as consciousness, this limiting cognition through which is created, it gets broken completely. Actually, when Bhagwan was physically in Adi Kailash, I have spent time in Adi Kailash. And when we did the 20, like how you guys are doing the 21-day program online, when we had the blessed opportunity, when we had the blessed opportunity of being in the direct physical presence of Bhagwan and do the 21-day program, you will not feel tired, because in his powerful presence, all this limiting thought patterns, cognitions, just lose its power over you. And you become so, and all this incompletions patterns, it gravitates you. It makes you feel heavy. But in his presence, in the presence of Bhagwan, you feel so light, because all these limiting patterns leave power over you. And the body just levitates, you feel so light, and that tiredness, boredom, it doesn't happen, and you are so active and alive. So this cognition that I can be active and alive only for X period of time, it just doesn't exist. So true. So much more energy. Yes, Ma Diana. Wonderful. So even in see whether Bhagwan is sitting online as well, he is not just limited to body and mind. He is pure. He is that divine consciousness. And just by attending the sessions itself, you can feel that there will be so much energy, even though it's a 16-hour program, but the body doesn't get tired. The reason is mind doesn't get tired. Reason is we are not limited by our incompletions and patterns. This program is all happening in the powerful breathing space of Bhagwan. And he blesses us every day with his divine darshan and initiations, liberating us from all the karmas. So there will be no tiredness. So wonderful, Ma Jayanti and Ma Diana. Thank you for sharing. If anybody wants to have water or drink water or anything, you can. And we will be starting the next session very soon.
Graha, Sthiti. The Sthiti of Grahas is moving, changing, changing, changing. If you are in the Sthiti of Grahas, Grahastha. But the very word householder brings a different context. Householder. It is like suddenly after the aircraft lands, you put a bolt and nut and seal that into the runway. That is householder. Grahastha means the plane is let to fly like grahas. Change. Anything can be changed. Change with challenge. Go on challenging. Anything which says I won't change. Try to change the very change itself. Next question. How to awaken to true purpose and highest potential? When you are ferocious to challenge anything which says it won't change, that ferociousness to change everything is what I call seeking. Ferociousness to change everything is seeking. Be a Kalabhairava, Kali, to your very life. Be Sadashiva to your very life. Create what you want to. Maintain what you want to. Destroy what you want to. Hide. Put it into illusion what you want to. And grace, give your blessings to what you want to. Be Sadashiva for your life. That is awakening to your true purpose and highest potential. That's all is the time we have. But I have not finished saying whatever I want to say. I will continue to say whatever I want to say in further satsangs. As you all know, satsang starts, never ends. And I will continue to say whatever I want to say, even if you see this satsang, listen to this satsang again and again and again. Because whatever I want to say, the seed is already expressed in this webinar. The more and more you listen, the seed will grow deeper and deeper in you. So, Understand? Breaking everything can be broken or can't be broken in you. Is awakening. Whatever you can break in you, you break it. Whatever I can break in you, I break it, is inner awakening. Whatever can be changed inside you by your ferociousness is awakening. Whatever can be changed inside you by my ferociousness is inner awakening. If you want to see my ferociousness and what all it can break in you and change in you, come to inner awakening. Come to meet Kala Bhairava in Kashi. With this, before the last segment of this webinar, I invite Ma Anupama to share a few things with you. Before coming back to me, I'll come back and share something more about karma. Ma Anupama, please go ahead.
Thank you, Swamiji. I want to share a few words before I take you back to Swamiji. I know we're all eager to be back with him, so I'll keep this as brief as possible. That short and very profound introduction to karma will certainly have left you wanting more. There are 3 such opportunities coming up that I'd like to share with you. The first chance is a powerful 2-day workshop called the Nithya Kriya Yoga. The Nithya Kriya Yoga, or NKY, is a brand new program that Swamiji is teaching for just the second time. It'll help you understand and work through your karmas. Swamiji says, karma is nothing but your belief in impossibility. We think that we're just the body and mind, but the truth is there are 5 layers or koshas which hide the true us. These 5 layers are each a different aspect of us: body, mind, desires, etc. And each hides different types of impossibilities. In NKY, Swamiji experientially guides us on how to remove these impossibilities and blasts through them. He silences the negative whispers of our unconscious self and helps us explode in bliss. He connects us to the true us, the one who is beyond worries, struggle, beyond all impossibilities. NKY is happening in a city near you on the following days: August 14th, 15th, and 16th in the Western Hemisphere, and August 22nd and 23rd in India, Southeast Asia, and the rest of the world. If you're in one of our centers, you can sign up with your local coordinator. For online viewers, please scroll down below the video and click on the Nithya Kriya Yoga banner, which will take you to the sign-up page. That is the first opportunity. The second very unique opportunity to spend time with Swamiji in a very amazing setting is a spiritual travel retreat to the Kumbh Mela. The Kumbh Mela is the largest gathering of humanity in one place for one event, with over 100 million seekers gathered to celebrate their spiritual life and their quest for enlightenment. You will get to experience the grandeur, the miracles, and the lifestyle of such people who live spirituality. This unique opportunity is a 10-day program from September 11th to 20th in Nasik, India. You will stay right in the middle of this festival with Swamiji. The highlight of this festival will be a holy dip in the river of Godavari, with Swamiji to cleanse your karmas. You will travel with Swamiji's procession, be the first group to take this holy dip in the waters and cleanse yourself of the karmas. If you're intrigued and want to learn more, please scroll down again on the page that you're viewing the video and click on the banner that says Kumbh Mela, an experience of a lifetime, for more information. So you can view the Kumbh Mela banner. Thank you. Once again, if you're at a local center, then you can go ahead and contact your local coordinator to register for this amazing program. Once again, please click refresh so you can see the Kumbh Mela banner on the page for the online viewers. And finally, what Swamiji spoke about, inner awakening. I invite you to the ultimate experience with Swamiji, a deep.
Be Sadashiva for yourself in recreating yourself. Be Mahadeva for yourself for reinventing yourself. The next question I have, I heard that specific spiritual places like Varanasi help with karma. Can you please explain how? Because the place like Varanasi has its own energy centers, lifestyle, way of existing continuously to teach breaking free from your old thought current and thought pattern. So Varanasi will really infuse that energy of ferociousness to reinvent yourself. Understand, especially the coming October Varanasi Inner Awakening. I am raising to the next level of breaking the very concepts and ideas you guys have about Inner Awakening. I am breaking the very karma of Inner Awakening. Understand? Whatever you know about Inner Awakening and I know about Inner Awakening, I am breaking it. That is why I am going to accept 200 volunteers by providing free accommodation and food. Anybody who has done already Inner Awakening, you are free to apply. If you are invited, you will be given free food and accommodation and all major darshans free. Anybody who has done Inner Awakening already, wanted to volunteer and experience the breakthrough of Inner Awakening, not just breakthrough of you, breakthrough of the system which I give you breakthrough. Breakthrough of the thought current through which I give you breakthrough. The next question, relationship between karma and Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela is the space and energy landing into the place and time to raise you beyond your karmas. The space and time supporting you by landing into the place and time to raise you beyond karma, to infuse that ferociousness, to break from all karma patterns, to explode beyond all karma patterns. Next question. Little bit about Kumbh Mela Nasik experience. I can speak about Kumbh Mela Nasik experience, but not a little bit. It's a place where the greatest being walked on the planet Earth, decided to live for years to celebrate his light romance with his consort Sita, the great Rama. Understand, the place Rama chose to live with Sita, then understand what kind of a place it will be. He chose because all the best rishis of those days, the Sabda rishis, all 7 of them were living there. And all the great 5 things were available there. 5 energies means the energy of earth, water, fire, air and ether. All the 5 were very auspicious in that place. Panchavati. And all the Sabda rishis lived there. That is why Rama chose that place to spend with Sita. In any recorded history, Rama is the only one had longest honeymoon, 13.5 years. That is why you can't call it as honeymoon, honey sun. 13.5 years. Only the last 6 months, Ravana kidnapped Sita. Otherwise, 13.5 years. They enjoyed life in Panchavati, in Nasik. Come to experience the space of Rama and how he lived the experience of Shivoham. Rama is the greatest devotee of Mahadeva. Understand, before doing every action, he installed Shivalinga and worshipped Mahadeva. After successful every action, he installed Shivalinga and worshipped Mahadeva. We are in a place where he installed Shivalinga, Rameshwar, in Ramanagara. After destroying Kakashura, Kakabriyani Sura, Rama installed Rameshwar here in Biddi. That is why this place is called Ramanagara. Nasik is the place where he ripened and started radiating the experience of Shivoham. So come to celebrate Rama's Shivoham experience. So you will see me totally in a new different dimension and space, because I'm going to express Rama's experience of Shivoham. And the next question, the usual, is there any guided meditation or technique we can do to work on our karma? Listen to this webinar 21 times. Once a day for next 21 days. That is the guided meditation. Listen to this webinar next 21 days. Once a day, every day. That is the guided meditation you can do to work and complete your karmas. I bless you all. Let everyone here be free from all karmas and be liberated from all karmas and radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com.
Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, today Nitya Kriya Yoga participants, everyone from around the world. Sitting with us in Bidadi and all over the world. Through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us, having Nayana Diksha, San Jose Adinam, Ohio Adinam, Montclair, Kuala Lumpur Adinam, Seattle Adinam, Oklahoma Adinam, Phoenix Adinam, Guadalupe Adinam, Toronto Adinam, Phillip Island, New Zealand Adinam, St. Louis, Trinidad Tobago, Houston Adinam, Los Angeles Adinam, Dakota Dunes, Singapore Adinam, Tiruvannamalai Adinam, Hyderabad Guptakashi, Hyderabad Adinam, Chicago, Ponca City, Oklahoma, and lot more cities are joining. New Zealand Adinam, Phillip Island. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I'll continue to expand on Isavasya Upanishad, maybe to refresh your memory. I'll have to give a small introduction. Isavasya Upanishad is the first and foremost Upanishad on which I was commenting for some time ago. And for various reasons, morning satsang got postponed. Now it starts again to continue. I'll expand on the 11th verse of Isavasya Upanishad. So please repeat along with me the 11th verse. Vidyam cha avidyam cha yastat Vedo Bhayaggunsaha Avidyaya Mrutyum Tirtva Vidyayam Mrutamashnute. Vidyam cha vidyancha yastat veto bhayaggunsaga avidyayam mrityun tirtva vidyayam mritamashnute. I'll read out the translation. The one who cognizes the pure essence of these two, vidya and avidya, simultaneously, that is knowing the true and complete knowledge of consciousness and doing actions from the sacred cognition of consciousness, thereby through avidya crosses over and descends death, transcends death, and through vidya experiences and celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness with consciousness. Listen. Recognizing the karma pattern in which you are stuck, thought current in which you are stuck, and deciding to liberate yourself from that thought current is vidya. Recognizing karma pattern, thought current in which you are stuck, and breaking from that, having a breakthrough from that thought current. Please understand, your decision to change you, your decision to have a breakthrough in your thought current is required basically to have any breakthrough and have liberated thinking. understand some of these basic truths. If you have a thought current which can cause some health issues, be informed that thought current can never give you fulfillment in wealth also, and it can never lead you to enlightenment also. It cannot give completion in any field of your life. Understand? I am not saying enlightened one will not fall sick. All I am trying to tell you is, when you are working towards enlightenment, if a thought current is bringing sickness to you, it will not be able to bring completion to you. Means, the thought current which you are entertaining will bring difficulties not just in one field, in every field. So the repairing of thought current is not going to help, only replacing it is going to help. When you have a problem, do not suspect just your actions. Suspect the very you. Please understand. Do not suspect just your action. Suspect the very you. Means your very thought current, your idea about you. Suspect that very you, because change, transformation, reinventing yourself, having a breakthrough from karma pattern, all this is easy and doable in simple decision of suspecting your very thought current. Please understand. Most of us go on suspect our actions. I think morning I don't get up and do yoga, that is why I am sick. I think I don't go to office in time, that is why I am not earning. I think I am not taking right decisions in my office, that is why I am not earning. All this is suspecting your actions. No. That is not going to solve the issue. That is not going to give you a breakthrough. Suspecting your very cognition about you. See, early morning, unable to get up and go for yoga, means you have the deep cognition that is not possible for me. It doesn't look like me. It looks like somebody else, not me. The man who can doubt his thought current will go beyond self-doubt. Actually, the ultimate yourself can never be doubted. It is self-effulgent. Whatever you can doubt, your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, SDHD is all about your thought current. You should doubt your thought current, which is creating SDHDs in you, complete that SDHD, self-doubt, hatred and denial. Please listen. Do not confuse the words. I am giving you the exact essence. The thought current which you are having about you, the cognition you carry about you, that is what you celebrate as you, even though that is not you. What you celebrate as you need to be doubted. And the completion need to happen for the doubt by dropping that very self which you cognize as you. I tell you, if you are not able to get up early morning and go for yoga, it's very simple problem. Or I am giving you another one example. You are not able to run your life unless you get your morning tea or coffee. You are not able to relax unless you take out your stress on somebody else. Listen, it may look very simple issue. The simple issue can't be healed, completed, just by you attending to some of your actions. No. Understand? Don't think that morning not able to get up, that problem will be solved if you learn to become active in the early morning. No. It's not that people who don't get sleep early morning are enlightened beings. No. You need to dig out and complete that very pattern. You need to dig out and complete with that very pattern. Why you are not able to get up? Why you are doing what you are doing? Partially attending or looking into your problems will never solve the issue. The very thought current need to be renounced. If you are having headache, be informed. It will not just resonate in your head, it will resonate till the end of your life, wealth, relationship with others, contentment, everything. Everything. Because it is the thought current. One of the most paradoxical thing in the life is, listen, one of the most paradoxical thing in the life, whenever you need to attend the whole, you attend the part. Whenever you need to attend the part, you attend the whole. It is very unfortunate. Whenever you need to attend the whole, you attend the part. Whenever you need to attend the part, you attend the whole. The very thought current with which you operate need to be replaced. The very thought current need to be renounced. If you are entertaining the thought current, you don't have enough energy to wake up in the morning, I tell you, even if you have billions of dollars, you will be constantly craving. You don't have enough money to do what you want. Because you do not know the power of the money which you already accumulated and having it. You will consider them as zeros and still continue to feel poor. I tell you, the man who feels active about himself, the kind of a richness he feels, and the man who feels stagnant about himself, the kind of a poverty he feels, I tell you, feeling stuck in your inside is the real poverty. Feeling stuck in your karma pattern. When I say feeling stuck, I define. Please listen, I'll define feeling stuck. Today, you somehow wake up, do little yoga, and even go up to the level of Kirtan, Guru Puja, then 9 o'clock flat. Then for 1 week, nothing moves. Again, after a week, you attend Karma webinar and you decide to break from that pattern. Again, two days, things move. Again, you are back to square one, sometime even square zero. This is what I call feeling stuck in the pattern. Feeling stuck in the pattern. Understand, unless you give a breakthrough, you give a break for yourself, unless you decide to break from this karma pattern, completion never happens. Fulfillment can happen only when you break from karma pattern. I tell you, I have seen millions of beings, not just human beings, Gandharva, Kinnara, Kimburuda, Yaksha, Rakshasa, Bhuta, Preta, Pichacha. I have seen all types of beings. With that clarity I am talking to you. Person who is stagnant, who feels stuck with the basic issues of body, even if he has billions of dollars under his disposal, even if he owns billions of dollars, he won't feel himself as wealthy or rich. He will not. I'm telling you. In two plates, if the highest health in one plate and the highest wealth in the other plate, if it is kept and stretched in front of me, I'll choose highest health. I tell you, because what you feel about you decides your fulfillment, your completion. If you are stuck in your health or in any other pattern, that feeling stuck, gives you the deep sense of poverty and feeling deprived, that life is not fair to you, life is exploiting you. Sometimes I have seen just a simple skin color, people feel life is not fair to them because it has not given them fairness. The madness of fairness which occupied the slave India from the colonial period still continuing. I tell you, the day the stupidity of madness towards the fairness disappears, that is the day of independence for India. No, really. Still, we worship and glorify fair skin. You are taught fair people won't lie. Now just see in your life, unconsciously you go on behaving, fair people won't cheat, fair people won't lie, fair people won't be bad people. Renounce anything British forced on you, only then you will find your true identity, O Bharat. I am talking to you, O Bharat, listen. Renounce the karma pattern forced on you by British. Only then you will have a breakthrough. India's unfair obsession with fair skin. In 2010, India's whitening cream market was $432 million. It is increasing 20% a year. 233 tons of skin whitening products are sold in India. India spends more money on whitening products than on Coca-Cola. No, it's actually a country's karma pattern, the slavery. Well, country suffers with this karma pattern. I tell you, as long as you don't give up this whitening attitude and idea, you won't get out of slavery. Till the last whitening cream tube is thrown out of Bharat, Bharat continues to be slave. Because this idea of fair skin infused into especially the common men who are not thinking deeply, the amount of suffering they go through, stupid. Amount of suffering they go through, stupid. The karma pattern. Feeling life is not fair to you. Feeling stuck. remember one thing, unless otherwise you liberate yourself. Listen, unless otherwise you liberate yourself from this karma pattern, thought current, completion is not possible. The good news I have for you is, you can get out of this karma pattern, you can break this karma pattern now. The great news I have is, all it takes is just decision. Because your karma pattern itself is decision by you, it takes only decision to undo the decision which you took. It takes only a decision to undo the decision you took already. Nothing else. Karma is nothing but the wrong decisions you took. Just the right decisions will make it happen. I have seen a person who can break from karma pattern. He always gets new people, situation, understanding, new right things to celebrate life, to fulfill himself. And same way, people who can't break internally, only escape from external situation like a running away, disappearing, they never get out of karma. It comes back to them. Wherever they go, before they go, the karma is sitting there. In Tamil, there is a proverb. Adishtan raila vanda tarudaran tandila vandirudhu. Means, if your fortune is coming by train, your misfortune is coming by telegram. Now, if you don't break from inside and just try to break outside, wherever you go, your karma pattern is already sitting there with Purna Kumbha to receive you. Come, I am waiting for you only. Where are you escaping? Feeling stuck and breaking from it is the essence of this verse. Vidya means recognizing where you are stuck and breaking from it. Vidya means recognizing where you are stuck and breaking from it. A strong, pure, ferocious decision to reinvent yourself. Understand this word. Strong, pure, ferocious. You can't be light with yourself. One of the most stupid method of functioning human beings do, they are ferocious with others and light with themselves. It should be the other way. Be ferocious with you to reinvent yourself and light with others. Let master do being ferocious with others. You relax. That's his job. Why are you trying to do his job? Master's job should be done by master. Be ferocious with yourself to reinvent yourself. Build the will to renounce the karma pattern, be ferocious to reinvent yourself. Only if you are ferocious, you can get out of the constant suffering you carry, thinking in one direction and acting in another one direction. I have seen people, they sincerely think they want to take responsibility, they should become responsible. They will even start imagining that they are responsible. They won't even care that few chairs lying down in the backside, which is not proper. Why can't I take the responsibility to organize and keep them in proper place? They won't even take that basic responsibility. The carpet is lying like that, or the tables unnecessarily lying here and there. And sometimes I look around and wonder, is this the place where hundreds live who talk and think they are practicing responsibility, and thousands who come and go who are supposed to be learning about responsibility? And I laugh because we want to take the responsibility to change the whole world, but not the hall where we are sitting and practicing. That's what I call vasana. Go on thinking in one direction and go on acting in another one direction. Go on thinking, cherishing that you are responsible. Do not move even 1 inch to the direction. I tell you, anything which falls in your eyes, if you know how to put that on somebody else, you will live in such poverty and powerlessness, you will not do even what is your responsibility. It is the definition. A man who can't organize, it's for all of you. If you can't organize those chairs lying, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you the truth. If you did not feel, if you did not do, you are a failure in your life in all fields. It's not, I'm talking about one chair here. Anything which you look around, anything which falls in your eyes, if you know how to dump it on somebody else unconsciously, you will be dumping everything in your life same way to different non-existing beings. And live with ghosts. Responsible person lives with the reality. Person who can dump responsibility on others live with ghosts, bhutas. Especially if you master the science of thinking in one direction and living in the other direction, no one can save you. That is the worst pattern a man can build. Worst pattern a man can build. Thinking in one direction and acting and living, or enacting, inaction and living in the other direction. Inaction is an action. Karma cannot be repaired. It has to be renounced. Karma cannot be changed. It has to be dropped. The thought current in which you are stuck, recognizing it and dropping it is Vidya, knowledge. Cognizing the thought current in which you are stuck and ferociously deciding to drop it and reinvent yourself is Vidya, knowledge. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Nithyanandam. So now we are going to learn more on more sacred secrets on karma. To identify our karmic patterns, we will be doing one exercise also from this session. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please do let me know. So far, whatever you have learned, if you have any questions, clarifications, please do let me know. Yes. Now, before we move on to our next jnana session, we can do one more round of the power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. If I'm aware that I can be active and alive the whole day, I can be in a powerful space. All right. So please, others also. Ma Kalyan Sundri, Stephanie, Jayanti, please post your powerful cognitions. We'll be doing one more round of power manifestation. So please quickly post your powerful cognitions. If you are sure there is no possibility of achieving something, that you don't have the potentiality, you will not have fear. If you are sure that you can achieve something, then also you don't have fear. Wonderful. Now, please sit straight. Tie your eyes with eye band. Please sit straight. Tie your eyes with eye band. Jayanti and others, Kalyan Sundari, all of you, please tie your eyes with eye band. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience space of oneness. With that space of oneness, let's start manifesting the power of third eye. So I am going to project a picture. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm projecting the picture now. You can see Chanda Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, all of you remove your eye bands and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. So I'm projecting. Thank you all for posting. I'm projecting the picture now. What I projected. So let me read your responses. So perfect Jayanti. Paramashiva revealed the word managing your depression. Also Swamiji's deity at Adinam, a lady in pink blouse girl sweeping the floor. Wonderful. Partial manifestation, no? Light dark, then some kind of relief structures, stones, gray, then like tree structures. Very good. Good manifestation by Master Stephanie. Tree structures. All right. So now let us enter into our next session, karma. Let's learn more about karma. Yes. So what is karma? Again, let's get back. Karma is a collection of, we are learning karma in a little bit deeper way, and we are going to do one exercise also. Karma is a collection of unfulfilled experiences that stay in us which constantly pull us to fulfill them. These unfulfilled experiences reside in us because we did not do certain actions with intensity and depth. Why they are there still, why we are pulled towards them? Because we didn't do those actions with intensity and depth. Whatever you are not able to make part of your life, or your understanding, is bad karma. Whatever you are able to assimilate and make part of you is good karma. Then there are these words of you have learned also in a separate session: vasana, samskara, and karma. I'm just repeating again. Vasana is the seed of desire. Samskara or pattern is the plant that grows when the seed of vasana sprouts. And karma is in action. Bhagavad Gita. Whatever is seen among men, whether pleasure or pain. Please understand this. This is Bhagavad Gita verse. This is from Shiva Samhita Sutra 49. Whatever is seen among men, whether pleasure or pain, is born of karma. All creatures enjoy or suffer according to the results of their actions. Swamiji first started speaking on 21st May 2004. Causes of karmic exchange, what heals without karmic exchange. And we have also learned the 3 types of karma. So I'm just reviewing everything. Now, let us understand techniques to get out of karma. So now, first of all, let's do an exercise about our karmic patterns. Then we will learn about the techniques to learn. Now, let's do one exercise uh, to, to understand our karmic patterns. This. any thought current, thought pattern which gives you or breakthrough, push you to the next level of your reality, which is making you cause your reality is liberation. Health, any idea you have, thought current, thought pattern you have, which is not bringing health in you is karma. Current, similarly wealth, any thought pattern, any thought current you have, which is not bringing you wealth, what you want to cause as your reality in your life is karma. Anything which is not letting you cause your reality, the stuck thought current which is not letting you cause your reality is karma. Now, step 1, internalize. Pen down all the thought current, lifestyle in which you are stuck. Feel is suffocating you, which is not letting you cause your reality. Just start writing step 1. Done. Done. On to the next part. Okay. A little bit more time. Thumbs up. Done. Okay, great. Now, next part. You are not able to cause even one reality you want. Question the whole thought current. Question the whole series of thought not one or two. Not this. Not this. Even if one thought current is discarded completely, you have mastered the method of discarding thought currents. Discarding thought current is completion. Not just discarding one thought or one thought pattern. The discarding the thought currents is completion. Now, what you do? decide to discard the thought current, whatever is making you stuck. For each of your suffocating thought currents, sit until completion. What is the thought current that you need to discard? Whatever is not letting you cause your reality. If you're not manifesting well, what is the thought current that you are holding? Discard that. So you understand, right, what you are doing in exercise? So please, gentlemen, you understand what you are writing? Yeah. Now let's learn the techniques to get out of the karma. Now we'll be learning the techniques to get out of karma. The time you spend with the thought pattern is the reason of your life. Or your lifespan is not defined based on the number of years you are in a body. It is based on the time you spend with one thought current. That is why whenever you complete a certain thought current and enter into new thought current, whenever you are initiated into a new thought current, the Vedic tradition calls you a new. Now let's understand techniques to get out of karma. Anything you do completely it drops you. So understand this powerful cognition that you learned today. Anything you do out of completion. Do it completely so that it leaves you in completion. That's the first thing. Second thing, be unclutched. Karma can work on you only as long as you have thoughts. So, in conscious awareness, you go beyond thoughts. So, naturally, you will start ruling over karma. Any meditation, who, when done intensely, can give you a glimpse of consciousness. That's the truth. Now, get out of our root patterns. Day-to-day incompletions and root patterns which create incompletions and bio-memory which carries root patterns are only karmas in your life. All doshas, all karmas are only this. Get out of these root patterns. You will be out of karma. Decide for life whenever you are challenged. Whenever you are challenged, decide for life. Deciding for life consciously in every step makes you free from all the karma. Next, reduce food. Overeat. Direct way to dissolve karma is if you reduce food, you will dissolve your karma. Next, Nithya Dhyaan meditation. Nithya Dhyaan, a lifeless meditation, is a meditation to be free from the load of karma in eternal bliss. Dhyan. Okay, connecting with the divine. Next thing that you need to do is connecting with the divine. Deities and enlightened masters are your path to exhausting karma. Right? Remembrance. An entity, body, or being forgets it is consciousness, but is still in the breathing space of consciousness. Then the movement done by that entity is karma. Incarnation liberates you from karma. Incarnations take a human body just to liberate more beings from the cycle of life and death, from the grip of karmas. Any questions? Please do let me know of what we learned. Um, so, any questions? We learned the techniques to get out of the karma, and now we'll listen some more cognitions about the karma.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome Kurva of Isavasya Upanishad. I'll enter into the sutras directly. The second verse of Isavasya Upanishad. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagga samaha evam त्वयि नान्यदेतोऽस्ति न कर्म लिप्यते नरे. One should decide to live in this world for 100 years, hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures. In this way, the deeds done by you shall not cling to you. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. Just in last few days, one of our devotee doctor, she asked me a question. How to practically combine all these, Swamiji? We all know the truth. We understand that everything changes, including what we perceive and what we do not perceive. How can we coexist in Advaita with our fellow beings, even if either one of us, myself or others, do not accept the change as something necessary and good for all of us? This was the question. Actually, the second line of the second verse is the answer. Understand. Evam tvayinanya tetosti na karma lipyate nare. When you decide to live, when you decide for life based on the understanding everything is consciousness. See, I'll just give you few types of mental setups. Some people decide against life, seeing the suffering in the life, and by becoming powerless to face life, they decide against life. I tell you, I can give you an example. At the age of 6, when you are in school, your teacher asks some question. Who is the Prime Minister of India, first Prime Minister of India? You put your hands up and jump and shout, Mahatma Gandhi. Whole class will be laughing at you. And at that time you feel naturally, oh, I have done something wrong. I should not be putting up my hand and jumping like this. I should keep quiet in a crowd. This decision, even after you become 47, when you are sitting in a meeting, you are the CEO. Even then, if you have an idea, you won't speak out directly in the group. You will tell somebody else, and that person will tell that to the group, and he will get the name. You decide for your whole future based on one incident. Look in. Thousands of decisions you have done based on one incident against life. And the other day I was talking to a devotee. I was telling him, hey, always remember you are Mahadeva, Shiva, and move the happenings of your life with this understanding. He said, no, Swamiji, I just have blood pressure and sugar. I tell myself I am Mahadeva and let this blood pressure and sugar be healed, When that does not heal, I lose confidence that I can change the other things. Listen. This blood pressure and sugar, you would have taken so many thousands of decisions against life, that is why it came. So now when you decide for life, decide at least few times till that whole part starts listening to you. See, your decisions against life has become a big chunk in you. You may not need to kill all of them, but you need to create the decision for life, at least to drive them enough. See, each time your decision against life becomes one soldier against you. If there are 2 million soldiers inside you, each time you create a positive decision, means for life, you are creating one soldier in your army. Now, you don't even have to create an army for you to kill the opposite army, but you have to at least create the sound, noise, that they should run away. So if you have taken 1,000 decisions against life, at least 10 decisions for life you have to take. Only then all those 1,000 decisions against life will be nullified. Many times you decide against life just because of a simple incident, for small reasons. So understand, there is one kind of mental setup which decides against life because of few incidents of life. Second, there are a set of people. There is a kind of a mental setup. They decide against life. Listen, they decide against life out of ignorance. That deciding against life is going to give them peace or liberation, that ignorance. People think, oh, instead of living like this, let me die. And you think if you die, immediately you are released from all this suffering? No. If death is going to be the freedom from all these sufferings, I would have started promoting suicide long before. No. It is no way going to free you. Please understand, if you commit suicide because you are not able to handle your wife, you may have 10 wives exactly like the same person with whom you are living in the hell. Now, from whatever you think you can escape, you will have more. You will have more. And unfortunately, in the hell, you don't have a choice of committing suicide. So out of ignorance, people deciding against life. And there are some people who want to choose for life, decide for life, but do not think that is what cosmos wants you to do. Don't sincerely, authentically stand by it. They say, all right, now I am deciding for life and let me see how much it goes, how far it goes. After 2 days, one small shaking, immediately they fall back. They collapse. Again they start entertaining the thoughts. I think instead of this, let me better withdraw. Please understand. All withdrawal you did is against life. Whether you withdrew from your job, thinking that it will be too stressful and responsible, or you withdrew from your love affair, thinking that it will not be possible for you to stand and give a fight against the people who are opposing you, or you withdrew from your career or responsibility, or you withdrew from your decision of sannyas, whatever withdrawing is against life. Listen. Withdrawing is against life. See, before you start, spend enough time in analyzing, is it non-violent? Is it not hurting others? All that, do it. Because anything violent, hurting others, the moment you realize, you should withdraw. That is living Advaita. I am not speaking from that context. Listen. Withdrawing because you became powerless is against life. Sometimes you may withdraw to feel more powerful. For example, if you are taking the decision of killing and withdrawing from it because you feel it is violence, then it is right withdrawal. Actually, this withdrawal itself is decision for life. So this is the basic understanding you need to have. Whatever makes you powerful and live Advaita, you should decide for it. And these ideas which I am expressing in the morning satsang, explaining these Upanishadic verses, you may need to listen to this satsang 3-4 times and internalize, because a very subtle understandings. You can't handle this roughly. No. You can't handle this roughly. These subtle understandings need to be studied, internalized. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. I have decided I am going to build 2 beautiful mandapas, Yagashala and Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. Every day Vakyartha Sadas will go on in the Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. What went on between Shankara and Vyasa will go on forever in this campus. And I also wanted in all the ashrams, as much as possible, every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Even if 10 of you sit across the table, chat over a cup of tea, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. When you do it sincerely, to explore the meaning of the scriptures and understanding and context, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening, we should have Vakyartha Sadas. Once sun sets, the Vakyartha Sadas should start. Because now whatever I am speaking, you may miss some words, you may have some confusion. You need to internalize again and again and again. Deciding for life. Listen. Deciding for life. Every time you decide for life, immediately it reflects in your being. I told this devotee who was complaining to me, I tried to cure my blood pressure and sugar. When that did not change, I got the negative belief. I feel that is not going to work out for me. No, don't do that. Understand, the number of times you decided against life only is sitting in you as disease. So you should decide how many number of times it may take that I have to decide for life to drive these diseases out. I am going to decide, that's all. This disease has to disappear. How many number of times I have to decide for life for this to disappear, I don't care. But I am going to go on decide for life. Whether these diseases disappear in this birth, in this body, or in the next body I am going to have healthy body, that is, I don't care about that. But I am going to just stick to the decision for life. This is enough. You will see immediately your body transforms. See, whatever you decide you are going to decide forever becomes the decision for life immediately. Just the other day I was telling in the satsang, if you decide clearly, till death you are going to decide only for wealth, you will feel then why should I delay till death? Come on, let me start deciding now and let me start expressing. Life will be aligned, tuned. I tell you, frustrated beings are the criminals of planet Earth. Listen, frustrated beings are the criminals of the planet Earth. When somebody is frustrated, starts deciding against life, they are the dangers to planet Earth. When somebody constantly decides for life, they become the juice of planet Earth, the essence of planet Earth. Listen, go on deciding for life and know when you need to change. Even your change will automatically happen when you decide for life. For example, if you decide for wealth thinking that is life, after some time you will realize much more than wealth, there is something in you which is more important for life. You will start deciding for that. That may be health. And after some time, you will realize more than health, something more important exists in you, that is life, that is enlightenment. So ultimately, if you go on deciding for life, you will decide for living Advaita. But when you believe money is life, don't decide for living Advaita. Then you will be hypocritical. When you believe money is life, decide for money. When you realize health is life, decide for health. When you realize enlightenment is life, decide for enlightenment. When you realize everything is life, decide for everything. You will have energy to have everything. Money, health, enlightenment, everything. Deciding for life consciously in every step makes you free from all the karma. What is karma? Karma is nothing but your decisions against life sitting in you and harassing you, putting you in incompletion. Your decisions against life which sits in you and puts you in incompletion is karma. Is karma. Your decision for life liberates you from all karmas, all fears, all negativity. Evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. How much ever you hear all these things, you need to sit and internalize. That is why again and again I insist, come here, experience inner awakening. Experience completion. You will see this whole truth, deciding for life, will become your very core cognition. Kuruvan neveha karmani jijivishechadagu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Understand? There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. This is the only way you can free yourself from all your past karma. Now decide for life, work for life. I tell you. People ask me, Swamiji, in the past I have done a lot of violence. I have eaten all the animals. I have killed so many animals. I have harassed so many people. How can I get rid of the karma? The only way, Upanishad says, decide for life. Enriching is the greatest decision for life you will take. When you enrich somebody with wealth, your karma, your decision against wealth, your karma related wealth will go away. You will be free. When you enrich somebody with food, your karma, your decision against food, that will go away. You will be free from it. When you enrich somebody with a spiritual knowledge and enlightenment, all your past karma, decisions against life, bondage created by all the past deeds, all the karma will go away. You will be free from all the karmas, you will become a Jivan Mukta. You will live Advaita. Kuruvanneveka karmani jijivishechadagnu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Na karma lipyate nare. Learning to decide for life. Learning to decide for life. The more and more decisions you take for life, more and more you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become awakened, you become enlightened, you become being, living Advaita. I can say this is the essence of Hinduism, Vedic tradition. This is the essence of Vedic tradition. Decide for life. And when you decide Dharma is your life, when you feel Dharma is your life, decide for it. If you feel Artha is your life, decide for it. If you feel Kama is your life, decide for it. If you feel Moksha is your life, decide for it. If you feel all the four are your life, decide for it. Deciding for life liberates you from all the bondages, karma. I tell you, every problem you face is your decision taken in the past. Every obstacle you face in your life is your decision you took in the past, knowingly or unknowingly. You can decide now strongly for life. You will see everything, all the best things of life expressing itself. All the best things of life radiating itself. Upanishads are so clear. They are declaring there is no other way. Evam tvayi na anyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. If you want to be liberated from the karmas, there is no other way. There is no other way to be liberated from the karmas. There is no other way man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagnu samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Understand, if your decisions and actions have created certain bondage, only by deciding for life and acting, you will be free from those bondages. One more thing you need to know, even a laziness is an action by you out of your decision against life. So when you decide for life, the laziness, tiredness, boredom, hatred, anger, everything will melt down. Everything will be cleared. So, decide, listen, decide for life. Decide for life. Decide for life. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
Today morning, when you wake up, if you are feeling tired, bored, and having slight stomach pain, not only question your ideas about health, question the very idea about the world, life, God. If you have a tooth pain and you want to get rid of it, you are not able to, question the very idea of God, very idea of world, very idea of you have. Don't just question the toothpaste you are using. Don't just question the brand of the medicine you are applying on your teeth. Understand? A thought current which can solve your problems partly, thought current which can cause your reality partly, is also karma, good karma. That's all, but karma. The thought pattern which does not cause any of your reality is karma. The thought pattern which makes you more and more suffocating day by day is bad karma. The thought pattern which causes some part of your reality is good karma. The thought pattern, thought trend which causes all the things you want as reality is completion. Karma is the thought current in which you are stuck. Sometimes I see why there is so much of ferociousness inside me. Actually, I am never angry. Anger has disappeared from inside me 4 janmas before. For last 4 janmas, I have never been angry. I don't know what is anger. But there is intense ferociousness. I used to wonder why. It is just because people are trying to cut the small parts of the net which is tied around them and try to have liberation. It is like a net is tightly tied around you, multiple layers. You want to scratch your nose. You just only cut the area where your hand is and put your hand out and try to scratch your nose. You want to scratch your back, you just cut the net only where it is. You need to scratch the back. Only when I see the small patches of freedom, you call it as freedom, and when you are stuck with it, especially when you are satisfied with it, that's the time I see the intense ferociousness inside me. Kala Bhairava can never be satisfied with part-time freedom, part-time reality. Listen. If you are not able to cause even one reality you want, question the whole thought current you have. Question the whole series of thought current you have. Not one or two. Even if one thought current is discarded completely, you master the method of discarding thought currents. Discarding thought currents is completion. Not just discarding one thought or one thought pattern, discarding thought currents is completion.
Essentially, it's a permanent change in your cognition and your DNA. And I feel like, there is changes even in my biomemory, because my cognition is not like before. I always feel like Swamiji's grace and his hand, like in my family, like he's protecting everybody, not only me. My daughter is also Swamiji's devotee. And so we all are so blessed that we have Swamiji in our life. And there are many things. Yeah, and there are many things like Swamiji has done in my life, which is really, I'm thankful to him, and we are very fortunate to have Swamiji in our life. So I will just share some important experiences. So my daughter Nithya Dhyaan, she is also devotee. For 15 years, she is very connected to Swamiji. And then she got married, and for 3 years, she was not having a baby.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யன் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இமை அசைவிடு பேச்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
only son, another son is disabled. So they were also very keen, those people, that if they can, these two can have some children at home. So she did Pratyaksh
There was
Path.
an additional social pressure, family pressure,
Yes,
and
exactly.
your
They were
only
also,
daughter.
yeah, daughter-in-law, the only daughter-in-law. So then she did the Pratyaksh Path Puja, and Swamiji called, and Swamiji said, yes, what do you want? She said, Swamiji, I'm going for IVF and want to have a child. Then Swamiji says,
I
Tatastu.
want to say
And the
oh,
same week, not even same year, same week, she conceived. And
Wow.
yeah. And doctor were telling there is no way that you are going to conceive normally. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, no matter how much you do, whatever you do, you have to have IVF. There is no way. But the same week
Wow.
she conceived. And now
Wow.
she has a 4 years old daughter, very pretty, very smart, very intelligent. Not only me, the teachers are telling that her IQ is really high. She is above average and a very bright
Wow.
child. So it is like a
This is so
bundle of
beautiful. Actually, Ma, thank you for sharing, because today,
yeah,
this day, we are actually going to be receiving the special initiation from
yeah,
Swamiji, where Swamiji is going to be blessing for an enlightened child. Like you can have an
yeah,
enlightened child, like literally, where you just get an apple and sit, and
yeah.
you can have an enlightened child, whoever wants to
Yes,
conceive. So
yes,
it's
ma'am.
so nice to listen to this. How,
Yes.
what,
It's
how
a
was it for you
bundle
at
of
that time?
joy. Yeah, it's a bundle of joy. I was so relieved, but I was full of gratitude for Swamiji. I said, my goodness, I mean, I that is really is his compassion. I feel he's like an ocean of compassion. There is his compassion is limitless. He's very compassionate, otherwise, like we people, we are just busy with our daily life. We don't know what karma we are doing, but Swamiji is so kind and so loving. So it's all his compassion. So I was full of gratitude for him, and I'm still very, very much thankful to Swamiji that he's in our lives. We are very fortunate to have Param Shiva in our life. And like we never imagined that we can get connected to the God like this directly. But that this experience itself, yeah, it's like beyond description. It's only I can feel my cognition.
Wow. So
Yeah, yeah,
this is your daughter and your granddaughter, am I right?
my daughter and the granddaughter. Yes, yes.
So
She's there. Yes,
beautiful.
yes, ma'am. And that
And
is
next to her, is that the certificate where they said that she cannot conceive?
yeah, yeah, yes, 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 yes. So,
Okay,
so
so
I,
doctors had given up. Doctors said it's impossible. IVF was the only solution.
yeah.
And
But as you know,
cause
IVF
of
also
that,
not very successful all the time. So she was worried. Even I was worried. So that was like the really a big change in our lives, like full of joy for me and for her in-laws side also. It's a bliss.
wow,
And then
this
second
is
thing, very,
so
very,
beautiful.
yeah, then another very important thing happened. I want to share, like my daughter's husband's brother is had his kidney failed. He was in ICU. He is not even Swamiji's devotee. She is devotee and her husband also Swamiji is devotee, but that brother is not devotee. So the kidney failed and he was on ventilator. And the doctor said now he has only 24 hours. And after that, there is least chances for him to survive. So we called all the relatives like that, maybe just 24 hours, we can only be with him. And we all were very upset. But that day, when Swamiji came for darshan, she put the camera so that Swamiji can see him and ask for Swamiji's blessing. And you know what happened? Next day, he is out of the ventilator. He started
Wow.
Yeah, he started improving, and within few days he came back home. He's on dialysis now 6 months over, and he's living his usual life. That was the second, like, in a big miracle. Even the doctors has given the words. We were all prepared, like, we were sad, but we were all prepared. But that was like unexpected. Swamiji's pain, Swamiji's compassion and love. Yes, yes. And then I want to share my another very important experience about Maheshwar Puja. I did the Maheshwar Puja, and I saw, like, because there is day, here is night. I was sleeping, but I saw Swamiji in the black dress. I'm saying, why Swamiji in the black dress? Swamiji never wears black dress. But morning when I was watching the discourse and Swamiji's darshan, that was like Kali. They were doing Kali Puja. Kali Puja, they put the black. So yeah, Swamiji gave me the darshan of Ma Kali. And after that, when I close my eyes, my parents are not alive. I saw my parents and I was not sleeping. My eyes were only closed. My mother, my father, and my grandmother, just like they are standing in front of me, like so much alive I saw. So I know that Maheshwari Puja Swamiji has done, and he got me connected with them. And that was so that was so cool. So I mean, never like I will that everybody should do Maheshwari Puja. That is the best thing we can do for our forefathers or for our parents. That is the like very satisfied I feel, and very very thankful to Swamiji. So he himself is Param Shiva, and that is like and other experiences. My family life is totally changed. Before we used to have the argument, but now that scenario is no more there, and we all family members, we love each other more. And of course we were loving, but there is more understanding, and we respect each other more than before.
Actually, just sorry, Ma. I think because I have interacted with you earlier also. I've spoken to you before. I know you're just showered with so many experiences.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I had this one thing just I wanted to highlight. One Pada Puja that your daughter did to Swamiji. She was not able to conceive till then. For years she was not able to conceive. One Pada Puja, one blessing from Swamiji. Not even that same year, month. And she only asked blessings for IVF. Swamiji didn't say yes, go ahead with that. Swamiji said Tatastu. And from in that Swamiji made her conceive, which is like doctors couldn't understand. Second experience they shared. Your brother-in-law who was not even connected to Swamiji. Just once, you just put the camera showing him and asked Swamiji's blessings. One blessing from Swamiji, the doctor said 24 hours to live. And now, how long it's been on now? 6 months, is it?
6 months, yes. He's living his usual life. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
6 months. Wow. And like he's living healthily. Swamiji completely healed him. And then you're sharing, I mean, we can go on listening.
One of the most important thing is these are all for someone to literally walk out of death, walk out of the this thing, and for some of the biggest struggles, right, that anyone can go through. The amazing miracles that you have had, the experience that you have had, and most importantly, you're just sharing one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. It is just it has become a part of your life. That's what Swamiji tells. Before Guru, life is logical. After Guru, life is only magical.
Yes, ma'am. So, Swamiji is Param Shiva, and we are very fortunate that he is reviving Hinduism, and he is giving us an opportunity so that we can join with him the mission. So, I mean, we have to try. Not only try, we should join his mission and be thankful to him that he has giving us this kind of opportunity, which is only the chosen people are getting. So
beautiful. Thank you so much, Ma. Thanks a lot for joining, and thank you for sharing such